fan of watching commanders put their hearts out on the line and duke it out, then welcome to the right spot to be, because today we've got a wonderful lineup of commanders going to be playing some wonderful maps as well, going to be showing off their 1v1 skills. Very excited for today's tournament, and I've been asked to cast it, and so here I am sitting in the commentator's booth and very, very thrilled to have the opportunity to show off what these commanders have to play for us today. Now, we're a little bit early. The tournament starts in about 20 minutes, so we're just hanging out for now. But I figured it'd be an excellent opportunity to sit down, have a look around, and see if, you know, maybe there's some stuff we could cover here about the maps, about the brackets, about the game in general. I know we have a bunch of new players as well, so there's always room for people to ask questions and whatnot and whatnot. So I'm very excited for everybody to tune in here. Let me go ahead and do a little bit of behind-the-scenes work here. Okay. So now you can see, or well, you should have already been seeing, the map pool for today. Now, I believe this is up to date, and if it is, then we should be in for a treat, because there's a lot of really, shall we say, spicy maps in the map pool. One of them that always catches my eye is Paradise Lost, down there in the bottom left-hand corner. Paradise Lost is such a fun map, because, well, you have that water, right? And that's not something that normally 1v1 players really enjoy. Like, water maps are just kind of not as popular in the 1v1 scene as land-based maps, and that's for good reason. Water is very difficult to play in Beyond All Reason, so it's really a matter of trying to figure out, are you comfortable risking it all on the line? Is your opponent comfortable with risking it all on the line, putting it all into boats and seeing if you can win it on the front? I know there's some really strong naval commanders out there that probably would really favor that kind of style. There's definitely a lot more that are not. So I'm excited to see if maybe some of our commanders today will be eager to, you know, go ahead and dip their toes into the water and play on some Paradise Lost. Loads of metal on that map as well, which is one of the other cool things. We've seen a lot of funky strategies for that map. If I remember correctly, there was some Alpha League or... I can't remember, actually. I'm trying to think. I think it was... I want to say it was one of the bigger 1v1 tournaments, but we saw some cool strategies on that map, like people picking up commanders and transporting them to the other side to degun the labs, or going into seaplanes and then using them to harass down the boats and stuff like that. Just cool transitions that you can afford when you have enough metal, where otherwise on other maps it's just not really feasible. You either don't have metal or you don't have water, and that's the other half of the equation, isn't it? Very excited to see what we get out of Paradise Lost. I'm hoping some commanders will pick them. I believe it's best of 3 today, so I think it's yeah, three maps. I could be wrong about that, but anyways, we'll see as these matches actually get underway. We've also got Feast of Hades, which is a cool one. I've always liked Feast of Hades. I feel like it's just kind of like the pinnacle of 1v1 maps. There's a lot of energy reclaim all around the map, which is very cool. It's got those pawns, which are fun for if you know, manage to pull off some sneaky amphibious play. It's got a lot of hills and stuff as well, which means that bots aren't entirely invaluable. They still have a place in the vehicle meta. It's pretty neat to see, and I appreciate whenever we get a chance to look at those maps like that. I think Feast of Hades is a rightful contender for one of the best maps of all time, one of the best 1v1 maps of all time. Next up, we have Aurelia. Ugh, I have some thoughts about Aurelia. Aurelia is a very difficult map. Not a map that we usually see played at the highest levels of 1v1s. There's some imba to it, if I remember correctly. I think it might have been fixed, but for a long time, one of the sides was able to actually access the little cove area. Hold on, I can point it out here. One second. There we go. Can you see my mouse cursor? Yeah, there we go. This little cove area right here was accessible. I believe it was one of these sides could basically walk a constructor along the cliffside right here. I think it was this northern side. Could walk a constructor across this cliffside into this midsection. I believe that has long since been patched, but it was, yeah, definitely a bit of a strange one. Definitely a little bit of a strange one. That was kind of one of those weird situations where I was like, maybe we need to remove this from the 1v1 map until, you know, further notice, until that actually becomes not an issue. Yeah, it was definitely a weird situation, but in the end, I believe it's been patched, so I don't think that's an issue anymore. Now, the other thing about Aurelia is just that it's got a lot of lanes. It's got this middle lane right here, which is always hotly contended because there's a bunch of metal extractors, and then it's got this left-hand lane that's way out of the way. It's got this, like, partial navy, partial land lane sort of in the midsection.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome.
I gotta mute myself. Was watching the stream to make sure it was coming up online. Just spoke into my own ear. You guys ever seen those speech jammer machines where it just plays back your own voice but very slightly delayed? That's exactly what was going on right there. Yeah. Anyways, when you have like a, I don't know, when you have to deal with this many lanes all at the same time, and also all of them need a different type of tech, because vehicles are going to be really good on the left-hand side, but then bots are much better in the midsection here, and of course only hovercrafts or boats are going to work on these two, like water and or partial water and full water lanes. It means that it becomes very complicated very quickly, and there's a lot of different. I guess the other side of that is there's a lot of other strategies that you can go for that all kind of, you know, more or less all lead to the same thing here. Oh, the title on this is incorrect. Hold on, let me change this. Let me change this for just a second. Masters League Fight Night. There we go. Save. That's a little bit better. I was like, looking at it, I was like, oh, you know what? That's probably not indicative of what actually is going on right there. Okay, cool. Alright, let me just pop this out. We'll put that there, and we'll put this down here. And there we go. Now we've got all the stuff and all the things. Hey, like, water maps are just kind of awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Stream Elements shouting out all the different stuff and things is always cool to see as well. Very, very neat. We've also got Tundra in here. Tundra, you know, I feel like this map doesn't really need very much of an explanation. Tundra is kind of the, I don't know, the one of those pinnacle 1v1 maps that we see all the time. It's got a big old flat mid-ground that typically devolves into vehicles. We've got some mountains that are really good with the bots. A little bit of water on the sides, but not enough that it makes vehicles viable, so typically we see commanders just sticking to those vehicles and bots. But it is one of those maps that's big enough, just barely big enough, that we can sometimes see air shenanigans as well. I know I've seen a couple of air starts in this map, just trying to do weird things, calm drops, all-ins, that sort of thing. There's definitely some funky stuff you can do with that sort of a style. Archsimcats Valley. Always a hard one to pronounce, but a lovely map to watch. Oh man, Archsimcats Valley is pretty much, I mean, it's sort of a rising star. Like, I feel like this map was not super heavily valued, and suddenly, especially after the Alpha Cup, I think it's a lot of the fellow commentators one of our favorite maps. I think we're all really enjoying it quite a lot, and you know, I mean, there's something to be said for just how expansive it is. You know, all the maps look the same size here in this preview, but this map is gigantic. The rush distance from point to point, if you're both playing on the high grounds here, it's like, I don't know exactly, but it's probably about a minute or so for units to get all the way across the map, which is enough time that you can be a little bit greedy, right? You can go for early cons, early wins, that sort of stuff. It's really fun, and I don't know, I think that typically ends up being more the style that I like watching, because as an 8v8 gamer, I like watching those greedier styles that get into that tier 2 late game sort of a style. We've seen a couple of T2 Tundra games as well, but typically the 1v1s tend to stick well in the realms of 1v1, which is, you know, more or less, it's not the end of the world, but it is, you know, it is what it is. What can I say? I like those T3, I like those Giga T3 units, that's all. Let's see what else here. We have Heartbreak Hill, which is another one of those classic ones. You tend to spawn on this little corner back down here. And then you expand outward and upward. So you try and control all these little hills right here, and then you try and control this little Heartbreak Hill on the southern side here and the northern side of both of these bases. Because basically those lead directly into your main base, so as soon as units get up there, they start harassing your main base. So you have to control this giant swath of land over here in order to protect your main base from being harassed, or expand outward so that you don't have to worry about protecting that side, you just relocate your base. It's a bit of a weird one, and there's always something funky going on this map. There's, you know, forward bot lap strategies, there's some weird, like, vehicle plays that I've seen. Oddly enough, one of those maps that we don't see air come out all too often. Like, typically if we see air on this map, I feel like it's a complete 100% all-in, which is, you know, kind of interesting, but it's a bit of a weird, like, back and forth on this map, because you end up needing so many forces to control so many key points on the ground that it never feels like you really have enough time to go into air, go into bombers, that sort of thing, all very energy expensive. And where are you going to put the energy infrastructure? Because it's all vulnerable to the enemy's ground forces. So it is a vicious cycle that repeats itself over and over and over and over. I'm new to bar of all sizes. Is my favorite... Hold on, am I reading this right? Oh yeah, I'm new to bar. PvP of all sizes is my favorite. The biggest problem I am running into is knowing when to go T2. Do you have any good rules of thumb to go by? Says somebody in the chat right there. Yes, of course I have some good rules to go by. So it depends. I'll tell you about 1v1 specifically for the purposes of today, which will be starting in about 13 minutes or so. 1v1 is really tricky because the moment you go into T2, you have to dump nearly 3,000 metal into a lab, whether it's vehicles, bots, air, no matter what you're putting it into, you're going to have to dump about 3,000 metal into a lab. So that is to say, you're going to have to take 3,000 metal that otherwise would be put out onto your front line and put it into a laboratory instead. And then that's not to mention, of course, that it's 600 metal per T2 metal extractor to upgrade those mexes, which is ultimately the point of going for T2 in the first place. The units are nice, the mexes are even better. 4 times the metal production means that you really have to get those up and running, because missing out on that is just such an economic blunder. There's not really... There's no other way to expand your economy that's as efficient as the T2 metal extractor. So you have to consider that you have to be in a state of the game where you can afford to drop basically $4 grand on things that aren't units on the field in order to get up to T2 properly, right? Because that's the T2 lab plus a metal extractor or two basically sets you up to continue expanding and continue getting those mexes and then continue producing units. So essentially the two conditions for that are either you take a fabulous trade that results in more or less about 2,000 to 4,000 metal of reclaim on the field, and you still have an army afterwards. That's the key point, because if you lose your whole army in the trade and you still manage to reclaim the metal, like maybe you will trade out 100% of your armies and there's just nothing left, but you have a couple of res bots to eat up that metal, you still can't go into T2. You still have to put metal on the field, because the next engagement is going to happen in just a minute, and so you have to have units for that as well. So that's the important thing in 1v1 is like and in 8v8 too, is that you have to make sure that you have A, the army on the field, and B, a big influx of metal that you can spend all of a sudden. The other option is if you have a big enough economy. So if your economy is like more or less, I would say probably around the 30 to 50 metal mark, if your economy ends up getting that size via E-converters, metal extractors, whatever it happens to be, then you pretty much produce enough metal to just build a T2 laboratory. It's going to take you about a minute and a half to build the T2 laboratory just off straight production. That's assuming you don't bank any metal. So what you want to do is basically pause all unit production, make sure you have an army on the front line first, and then you want to go into that T2 lab and dump all your metal into the T2 lab, try and flush it out as fast as possible, get that T2 caught up, and then go into, of course, the T2 constructor as quickly as you can. It's also important to remember that sometimes those early T2 units make way more of a difference than later T2 units. Like the welders that come out 25 minutes into a game are going to have much less of an impact than the first 2 rocket spiders you produce that end up going up against T1 tanks or static defenses or whatever it may be. So sometimes it's worth it to take the hit to the early economy scaling to get 1 or 2 of those early siege units out to put a lot of pressure on the front lines. Force the enemy back, because defense is less powerful than aggression in this game, and that's something I'm sure we'll see plenty of today. But it's one of those things where if you put a little pressure on, it means that they're not comfortable doing run-bys or raids or whatever, and it usually gives you a smoother transition into T2. All that is said, it is very subjective based on the game state, so you have to learn how to read the game and read your teammates if you're playing 8v8 or, well, any sort of team-size game. And if you're playing 1v1, you have to just make sure that you're measuring your own economy and what you're able to actually spend, because build power is a big part of it too. Anyways, let's blitz through these last final maps here, because we are 10 minutes out, T-minus 10 minutes from the start of this tournament. I don't know if there's any players ready, I don't know if there's any people ready, I don't know if anybody out there exists at all. I do see OP Man Bar out there in the chat. Hello there, sir. How are you doing today? Have a lovely, lovely one. Pixon also in the YouTube chat. Good to see you, man. The final. Final question mark says GP Video Tube. Not sure about final. It is the... I don't know if it's the final. I think it's the big one. I think it's Masters League, so it's you know, the best of the best signing up here. There is I believe it's a 25 open skill minimum, so you have to be not terrible at the game in order to play. That is to say, I'm like 30 or something open skill, and I'm pretty terrible at the game, so the bar is not actually that high. Oh boy, let's see. Crystallized Plains, very similar, I feel like, to Feast of Hades. You don't have that big pond in the middle, but Crystallized Plains does, sort of in the same vein. You have all those crystals, right, that you can reclaim. And then there's a bunch of open area, but most importantly about Crystallized Plains is that the metal extractors are all close together, so they're all going to be fairly hotly contested between the two commanders. It means that basically no matter how you play Crystallized Plains, you're going to have to defend one lane and aggress through another, which is always cool. Because sometimes we get those neat yin-yang matches where one side will be completely blown out, and the opposite side for the other commander will be completely destroyed as well. And it basically turns into a base race, which is always fun. Onyx Cauldron, a timeless classic with 3 main lanes, one through the middle, one through the top right-hand side with a couple of geothermals, and one through the left-hand side with a geothermal and a whole bunch of metal extractors. Onyx Cauldron is always a good one. It's got super high wind speed, too, which always means that it kicks off pretty hard. We've seen some, like, air start shenanigans because of how high the wind is. Usually you can't do air because it's prohibitively energy expensive, but on maps where the wind speed is as high as it is on Onyx Cauldron, sometimes you can get away with it. And we've seen, like, shuriken into heavy transport drops to, like, pick up the commander and then put him on a different part of the map and then paralyze you. Like, it's crazy. That map always has some really crazy stuff going on. Eye of Horus is a fun one because it is so claustrophobic. Lots of tiny little nooks and crannies and run-by paths, especially for bots. Despite how wide open it looks like, Eye of Horus is actually almost always turns into a bot match. Or at the very least, we tend to see bots even into well into T2, even if they go T2 vehicles, we tend to still see bots because there's so many run-by paths that vehicles can't take advantage of, but when the vehicles roll out, or when the bots roll out, they can suddenly march in and out of those hills, and they can start to do a bunch of damage where the vehicles are kind of constrained to the main pathways. Also a map with a lot of metal, as you can see all the metal extractors here. Definitely lots and lots of metal extractors, very, very easy expansion paths. There's also a geothermal back here, which makes for a decent energy scaling if you can manage to pull it out. Very good stuff indeed. Desolation, not one that I'm super familiar with. I feel like this is one of those maps that we don't see picked all the time. It is, I don't know. Desolation is one of those maps that's kind of always been there, and one of those maps that I've never really found a good way to play. It's got 3 main lanes. It's got, well, actually, it's kind of got 4 main lanes, really, is sort of the issue. And, you know, most commanders can handle 2 lanes. The best commanders can handle 3 lanes. But handling 4 lanes is pretty impossible for all but the very fastest of commanders out there. So maybe that's why it feels so extremely difficult to play. You've basically got both of these high grounds in the northeastern and southwestern corner, and then you've got 2 little run-by paths in the midsection here, both of which lead upwards through a little ramp to this middle area where there's a very valuable metal extractor. It's kind of a weird map, and it's definitely got some weird playstyle as well. I'd be curious to keep my eyes on this one because definitely need some more experience watching this map to see what commanders can come up with. Istis Crack going to be in the map pool as well, as it virtually always is. It's, again, one of those timeless 1v1 maps. It's got basically 2 big lanes to contest, and that means that you have all the time in the world to focus on your army composition, get your eco rolling. Typically, this is a tanks map, pretty much through and through. There's a couple of high ground mixes that are nice to claim with bots, so sometimes we'll see a bot into vehicle transition, but more often than not, this basically turns into medium tanks. As soon as these commanders get up to about 15 to 20 metal per second, you can start pumping out those medium tanks with a unparalleled swiftness, and that starts to give you tremendous control of the front lines. Copper Hill, another one of those maps I'm not super familiar with. It's got a couple of mixes, it's got a couple of high grounds. Very descriptive, I know. Very, very enlightening, I'm sure, to a lot of you. It's, I don't know, Copper Hill is very simple, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I think it means that commanders have every option in the world to show what they're made of, rather than just, you know, rather than gaming the map, they're more so just going to be fighting each other. I will say it looks like it's got some interesting pathways, though, because there's kind of 3 lanes, basically, with this low ground lane, this middle high ground lane, and then this medium high ground lane in the very top side of the map. It's kind of interesting the way that ends up working out, but I imagine the way this map is going to play out is whoever can pork up this midsection nicely and then basically control this high ground is going to end up with a tremendous advantage. Very few metal extractors I'm noticing on this map, so Certainly looks like commanders are going to be trying to make as efficient an army as possible is cool. Yeah, I'm ready as well. Let's see. We are 4 minutes out right here from the official start time. Started this a little early so we could take a look at the map pool and so that everybody had a fresh look at what was going on today. Let me see if this works. I've been working on these all morning. Nope. Hold on. I think I gotta do that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. So, let me... Yeah, that's gonna have to be how that goes. Alright, cool. I'm doing a little behind-the-scenes configurating. Hope y'all don't mind. Does it show up right there? No, it doesn't. Okay, great. Okay, great. Mirrored reporting. Good to see you, sir. Welcome to the game. Here's our bracket for round one. I didn't have time to throw together the fancy, professional quality brackets that they have on, like, Alpha Cup. I do apologize. I'm just a simple Brightworks. I'm just a girl, and living in my own world, as they say. No, I'm very much excited for this bracket because we've got some good names here. One of which that I think we're definitely going to be checking out today is, of course, Barcast, who is a 1v1, basically the founder of 1v1 competitive tournaments in this universe, in this Beyond All Reason. There were a couple of tournaments that were put together before. I remember Barcast brought together the Alpha Cup and all that sort of stuff. Barcast now sort of takes the lead on a lot of the 1v1 tournament scene, which is always cool, always fun, and it's one of those competitive scenes that definitely grows beyond our reason. So I'm a big fan, I'm a big supporter, and so I'm definitely going to be checking out a couple of the games here today. We've also got Rexel, who competed in the Alpha League tournament, which was it had a pretty big prize pool. I'm blanking on the number exactly at the top of my head, but it was at least $500 for first place winner. And Rexel was definitely in the running for that. I believe played through to the losers bracket until round 4, I want to say. Should be some good matches there. There's a couple of names I don't recognize, though. YOLO Chicken, Mako. I see Mirrored Stance on there, and I see Mirrored Stance reporting in the chat. Very cool to see. Oh, it's worth noting, by the way. Hey, thanks for the sub, by the way, DME Flying Duck. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that there's a 5-minute delay on this. There is, 5 minutes of delay between what I'm saying into the can and what you're hearing out of yours. That is for the sake of integrity for the players. We need to make sure that they have a fair and fun time. Obviously, none of this works if the players don't want to play because we're spec cheating the whole time. It's just as easy as that, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I think we're in for a treat today. I think we are. One of the hardest things about these tournaments is I feel like the nerves. I feel like a lot of commanders, especially if you're not used to competing in that competitive environment, I feel like the nerves really get to you. They certainly get to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just projecting here, but that's definitely how I feel whenever I've played in any of these tournaments. Like, suddenly all the normal stuff, it goes out the window. It immediately goes out the window. I don't know what it is. It's like suddenly, you're being broadcast, you're being watched and judged more or less. It definitely takes a toll. All that is to say, though, there's no judgment here today. I'm sure everybody's here to learn, here to enjoy. It's going to be pretty good. Duck actually won, Chef. I knew it. Yeah, very good. Very, very good. Checking through the chats here to see if anybody else had any more questions. When is it good as the eco player to help the front instead of rushing T3? The way that I recommend people play eco, and this has existed. I mean, this has been my advice for the several years that I've played bar now. Is if you're gonna play eco, play a plan. Like, come up with a strategy, and then communicate it with your team. And I understand that sometimes that's easier said than done. Like, obviously there's a lot of variability, right? And so that's You know, there's sort of two sides to that coin. One of which is like come up with a plan and stick to it. The other is if you have to adapt to save your team, then you should do that. And finding that balance is really hard. And I think that's ultimately what the crux of this question is when should you change your build in order to start helping your teammates rather than just going for the eco build that you planned out. And the answer is there's not a good answer for that. Like, you know, if you think you can pull it off with T2 units, then it's probably best to just pivot out of eco and start going into full-blown production. But sometimes losing the base on the front line is the speed bump that you need in order to get to, you know, your first Aphis or something, to get the Marauders running out, for instance, unlike Supreme. It's a really popular strategy, is like you go for one Fusion, one Aphis, and then you go into Marauders. Super popular strategy because it works super well. It's about a 14-minute timing, 14 to 16-minute timing, and then you can have Marauders on the other minute or the other side of the map, and that's obviously very, very valuable, right? If you're going to be going for a whole bunch of Marauder on the other side of the map, as long as you kill 2 of their bases for the one that you lost, then you're going to be in a pretty good spot. The real answer is you got to make sure that you get the value from that eco that your team paid for, right? So if you lose 2 of your frontliners and your midliners have to step up, it means they're no longer ecoing. Means you have to do even more damage to their backline in order to make up the difference, right? So you can't just make up the difference because they've already reclaimed all your units. You have to actually go ahead and kill more of their units, and if possible reclaim it all. Like, you have to get the metal back. So that's what a lot of people, I feel like, forget about, is that even if you go kill a base, if you leave all the metal there, then 60 to 70% of that metal still goes back to the enemy team after they reclaim or resurrect or whatever they may do. Gives you a little bit of perspective on how dangerous or how damaging a run by actually has to be in order to be effective. You have to literally obliterate the entire base of multiple people to pay for one base that you lost if they reclaim it all, because otherwise, it's going to, it's basically just going to all come back to life, and then you're going to still be fighting these people. But then they also have all the metal from the units that died on your, the units that died on your side of the, or their side of the map as well. I just noticed this, like, AI-generated Masters Hall thing on the back here. Actually, for AI-generated words, that's not bad. Master's. It really struggled with the R there. It wanted desperately to turn that into an A, but it managed to get it. That's pretty funny. I like it. All right, I'm checking the game in the background here to see if we have any games already up and running so far. We are officially 4 minutes into the start of this tournament. We are ready and waiting. The first game that comes online is the first game that I'm going to be taking a look at here. Let's see here. Barcasting game. Nope. Is Raxel in game? Nope. Is Mirrored Stance and Yellow Chicken in game? Looks like it. Oh yeah, there we go. We have our duel, ladies and gentlemen. Chicken Dinner and Green Box in here now. Everybody getting ready. Everybody getting ready for the tournament. 2 more minutes before I close check-in. That's official time. Oh yeah, I don't, like, the casters thing hasn't been set up, I don't believe. Oh, it is set up. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is the Brightworks speaking. Probably should have introduced myself earlier, but there you go. Who's going to be playing, says Pixon? Let me show you. Let me pull that back up. Here's the official bracket. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 players will be competing in today's tournament, vying for their chance to enter the prestigious 1v1. There's another tournament after this. I'm blanking on the name right now. But there's another tournament that the winner of this qualifies for. Means you do essentially win something from this tournament. I think there's a little prize pool as well. Excuse me for this. So that's always nice. Should be pretty good. Is it possible to spectate the games directly? Unfortunately not. These games are usually locked or privated. Usually we only allow the casters to cover them, so that's kind of more or less how that works. Oh, did we lose some people? Looks like the check-in was closed and we lost some folks. Well, there we go. The bracket has already dropped. We've already dropped down to 8 players out of 10. We've already lost 2. They fought hard, but they couldn't fight hard enough. Now we're looking pretty good. Alright. Finding us the lobby. Let's see, is Barcast here? Barcast still isn't here. Trying to remember his in-game name. I just remembered it. We may have our first game starting at some point. Looks like the bracket is shifted ever so slightly, so it is going to be, in fact, Mirrored versus Raxel over here. Oh, can you not see my... there we go. Mirrored versus Raxel. We have, Grimplex versus Victoria. Victoria is a new name to me. I don't think I've seen Victoria yet. Excited to see what she can do. Oh, there's the map pool. And then we've got Praetor R, otherwise known as Praetor. going to be going up against Neb. And we have Barcast going up against Blastchild. Very cool. We have our first game of the day queued up right here, as it looks like Raxel and Mirrored are going to be banding one after another against each other here. Both representing the DME clan, hilariously enough, so going to be a little bit of a internal clan struggle going on right now. Very neat. Let me go ahead and double check that there's nothing else. Because I definitely want to catch a Barcast game. At some point. The pro of pros, how they play. I think Neb might be in a game of Supremismus. Or that's an entirely different Neb. Could be. Could well be. Oh, they banned Paradise Lost. Alright, first ban of the day is going to be Paradise Lost. And then they ban Istis. already off to a ripping start today. Hold on, let me switch back over here to maps. We've crossed off Paradise Lost. We've crossed off Istis Crack. Looks like we're going to ban Heartbreak Hill as well, so that scratches that off, leaving us with the corner maps here, as well as Copper Hill. What a funny back and forth. I hope this map pool is up to date. First map will be Onyx. Okay. We'll go to the lobby now. Ta-da, and welcome to the lobby. And there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Today's maps will be Onyx Cauldron and Arxum Cats Valley. Well, we're off to a ripping start already because these are probably some of the most high-octane maps in the game, ranked or unranked. They're doing it live. They're doing it for reals. My goodness. What a couple of heroes. They're gonna be, yeah. Oh, does the bracket need refreshing? The bracket has been refreshed. Although it looks like nothing changed. Yeah, it's just delayed by 5 minutes. Cake says, I never gotten nerves for tournament games. I get nerves for regular online matches and haven't entered into any tournaments. Oh. Well, okay. That works too. That works too. Ladies and gentlemen, commanders and commandettes, welcome to the first match of today's tournament. Raxel versus Mirrored here, both, like I said, of the DME clan. 54 open skill for our blue hero here, spawning on the southern side as, ooh, an Armada commander. All right. Well, wait a minute. No, that's actually fine. Armada. So there was a recent change.
Battle started.
Oh, battle is already starting. Wow. So Armada, to nobody's surprise, via the, well, I mean, to my surprise, but to nobody else's surprise, Armada has been on top recently with the recent pawn update, making them quite a bit tankier. They're now they've definitely taken the competitive scene by storm here. They recently received a little bit of a nerf, and I'm trying to pull it up right now because it was significant. 1 second here. Apparently not significant enough though that these commanders aren't going to be going for it, which is interesting to see. Here we go, yeah. So the pawn was too dominant against other early game units. Minor build time adjusted, aimed at... Whoops. Minor build time adjustment aimed at keeping pawn viable but less overwhelming. So, essentially making the pawn a little bit more expensive. Not expensive, it just takes longer to build, which is interesting. It's not like... Yeah, it doesn't cost any more resources, I believe. It just is a little bit longer... Just takes a little bit longer to build. I don't know. It's very strange, but I'm excited to see if it'll change, if it'll shift the meta, or if pawns will still be super dominant in the early game. There's really not a lot of easy ways to tell yet. Obviously, this is one of the ways, is by watching some pro level games. So welcome to testing whether the game is balanced or completely imba. As on the other side, we also have an Armada commander. Mirrored going likewise for a mirrored build. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will be here all evening. Mirrored goes into a, mirrored build right here, a mirror build. And indeed, we'll start sending some ticks across too. The first volatile battle here between the first early tick and the second will eventually lead to the favor of the blue commander, but eventually the reinforcements now kill the second. We have snuck out a resbot. Cheeky, yeah. Rexel managing to get one of those resbots out on the field, and will start reclaiming a whole bunch of the resources out there. Little bit of metal tied up in the crystals around the map. It's not a lot, though. 25, 50. It's like a tick worth of metal, basically, at this point. The tick costing 21 metal nowadays. Yeah, it's not like the... I wouldn't say it's the most impressive thing ever, but they definitely... I mean, it's worth it, right? You get a lot of energy out of it, too. 500 energy and 25 metal. It's worth reclaiming, but it's definitely not worth, like, building your entire build order around, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's not the end-all, be-all. Man, doesn't this remind you of Zerg? Watching the ticks running around like this, it definitely feels like we're watching a ZVZ right here with the fastlings, the speedlings going around and lasering each other to death. I guess the lings don't really have lasers, do they? But, you know, you get the idea. May as well be lasers. Yeah, tick's going in for a battle, but it is really just, I mean, tick battles basically come down to more tick equals win. Most units, that is the case, but especially ticks. Reinforcing pawns made for the defense right here will be quite nice, though. Obviously, in big enough numbers, those ticks can defend, or can kill the pawns, but we've got more than sufficient pawns here, almost even numbers of pawns here. I think it'll be well defended at this point. There is a constructor over on that right-hand side, though. The ticks, however, I don't think they can go in that water. Oh, how cheeky. Yes, safe from the ticks because, well, they can't go through the water. The defense is spectacular. Yeah, here we are. Nicely done. Ticks all cleaned up around the map. It looks like the units have been cleaned up as well. One pawn over on this side. Yeah, Tick's not going to win for the kill. I think probably could have killed that pawn if they were microed really carefully, but not really worth it to try and fight that. Better to just defend with the reinforcing pawns coming out of the laboratory here, rather than going for anything else. We do have a early con turret and then a early E-storage as well. E-storages have become wildly popular after the last Alpha Cup. They are essentially... They've become... Ooh, nice snipe right there. Resbot goes down. They have become one of the principal strategies for Armada, is going into a whole bunch of those wind turbines and then making E-storages, rather than going for advanced solar panels or anything like that. I find it pretty interesting because for the longest time, e-storages were kind of, I don't know, underutilized. They were never really properly utilized in this game. If only I had real-life OS. Ain't that the truth? Higher real-life OS would be a dream. Mirrored in position here to shut down the single pawn that's made its way across the map. Gonna go for a safety LLT. I don't mind that at all. There's so many angles on this map to be aware of to defend from. Going for little LLTs in strategic locations like that makes a lot of sense. Especially in the water where pawns struggle, because sometimes when the water is deep enough, the pawns won't actually be able to fire. Their guns will be submerged and plasma projectiles can't pass through water. Looks like it could be a good fight here for the blue commander. Yeah, decent trade right there, 2 for 1. I take that deal any day. A little bit of reclaim coming out from the constructor on the front line, trying to build these metal extractors. Very aggressive build order here from the red commander. A much more tempered build order right here from the blue commander. Rexel keeping the commander at home rather than opting to go for construction turrets might end up biting him in the rears, as suddenly we've got tons and tons of units across the map building metal extractors all over the place, and a gigantic army here for the red commander. Not a great fight for the blue comm. Tons and tons of those blue units going down. That concave is fabulous. The red commander takes a tremendous trade right there in the midsection of the map. Loads of dead bodies lying on the floor. I'm wondering now. Okay, we're going to split the army and send a few to go reinforce the constructor. Oh, a single pawn has found the constructor. Will he do it? Oh, the hero that could snipes the constructor on the left-hand side. Isn't that just wonderful? Yeah, killing that constructor really burns because all of a sudden, all the progress on this left-hand side is completely stunted. All that aggression that was meant to be, all that aggressive ecoing, now goes out the window. Fabulous stuff right there. The pawns engaging in another brutal battle, but this time the trade is looking much, much better for the blue commander. We do have a couple of pawns running by to try and snipe the constructor that's reclaiming from the front here. Trying to pull the army in multiple places, try and slip a couple of these units through. Ooh, constructor too far forward. Will pull back in time. Meanwhile, pawns manage to move their way around and find their way towards the metal extractor back there, leaving behind a gigantic pile of corpses. And despite it all, the blue commander comes out with the metal advantage. Huh. Yeah, I guess the expansion on the southern side has done wonders. Pawns now running around wherever they can and sniping metal extractors. Hey, nicely done by Rexel. Manages to get a couple of these pawns through while the commander is out expanding. Mirrored sends the comm forward, but the pawns are here to kill all the mexes on this side of the map. Yeah, basically going to give their lives to take out this base. They actually don't turn into corpses because of the explosion. And so instead, they don't even really leave much metal on the other side. Huh, okay, not bad. Resbot, meanwhile, does get away with reclaiming most of the metal crystals over on this side of the map. Like I said earlier, it's not the end of the world. It'd be cool to resurrect this constructor and the metal extractor right there, though. Tons of Resbots out right now. And you can see the strategy that Mirrored is going for. Realizing that he's behind ever so slightly, decides to go for a Resbot-based strategy, going to try and resurrect as many of these forces as possible to keep this front line stimulated. Making sure that these guys constantly have reinforcements via the Resbots, bringing back units from the dead. As we continue trying to expand on this side. So just going to bolster up with a couple of LLTs to try and lock this down. Pawns running into place right here, though, are going to discover that there's a constructor on this side. Meanwhile, brutal battle over on the midsection here. Pawns continuing to trade out, and it's so difficult for the pawns to trade. You need that concave, but there's just not enough room for it. Resbot's doing a great job of patching things up, too. Yeah, every resurrected unit right now matters. Every single one of these pawns that comes back to life and goes to the front line is less metal that the red commander has to spend making this army bigger. Meanwhile, the blue commander is basically forced to, yeah, just prepare some of these units, but that's basically the extent of it. Constructor went down this northern side, but reinforcements did, at the very least, shut down that push. And now, for the first time this game, the red commander pulls into the lead with the metal advantage. Well, that's a decent trade right there. Blue commander gets a decent trade, actually a downright fabulous trade. Takes out a whole bunch of those pawns. Manages to snipe a bunch of the Resbots too. That's very, very nice. Rexel moving the commander forward. Yeah, this reclaim field has suddenly become valuable enough that it's worth moving the commander in to try and contest. I like this play a lot, actually, from Rexel. Did we get any build turrets up in the main base? We do. We have tons of build turrets up to build a whole bunch of units coming out now, and we are ready to start teching into different things. At this point, the metal economy is big enough that we might even consider going into vehicles here. Rexel going to lock down this reclaim field, and I wonder if we're just going to go for a bunch of res bots to try and patch us all up. No, we're going to go for air. Okay. Very cheeky strategy. Yeah, looks like much more conventional strategy here for Mirrored going into that vehicle play, trying to get those medium tanks out and trying to do it the old-fashioned way, I guess you could say. Rexel here much more interested in winning this game with a, well, I guess we could call it a much more all-in sort of a strategy. Meanwhile, Pawns going around the map right here, trying to find some value. Yeah, they're going to find the Constructor. They're going to find the LLT. Self-destruct. No self-destruct on the LLT here. Might have been able to snipe a couple more of those pawns right there, but not the end of the world, of course. Rexel reclaiming as much of this wreckage field here as possible. Trying to do as much as he can to get a couple of these gunships up in the air. You only need about 12 to 15 of these gunships to snipe a commander. If you're really paying attention, there's not a lot a commander can do, because you can obviously dumbfire them at the location of the commander once the commander cloaks. Basically, your best defense as a commander up against these gunships, well, your best defense is going to be anti-air. Your second best defense is just going to be to cloak yourself and hide. Rexel, sensing that there's too many forces here, dives into the water. What a nice strategy. Yeah. Well played right there by the blue commander. Worth noting, of course, that we also still have the T1 bot lab, so we can still produce this. But now the Banshees are out on the map. We've only gone for 10, which is not a lot. Meanwhile, a gigantic force is heading into the blue side of the map here. Loads of pawns for the defense. The gunships are out. Mirrored in trouble. Losing about 10% per second here. Oh no. Oh no, mirrored cloaked, but way too late. GG is called as the thugs start rolling out of the map, and the gunships harass the commander low enough that I think Mirrored basically had no choice. Would have had to go into air forces, have any chance of shooting those down before they could locate the commander, and obviously it's also a decent drain on the energy to keep your commander cloaked like that. GG goes to the first game of the day, and it goes to Rexel. Nicely done. Love myself a good old-fashioned gunship snipe. Always one of those strategies that when it works, it feels great. When it doesn't work, it feels awful. It really, really feels awful. Very, very nicely done, though, between these two. Next map, going to be Arxum Cats Valley. And no rest for the wicked. They are headed directly into the second match. Lovely stuff. As we get underway here, I'd like to take a second to thank everybody who came together to make this possible. Most importantly of all, one of our competitors for today, Nebuchadnezzar, or Nebuchadnezzar, depending on how you enjoy pronouncing it. But I like to pronounce it Nebuchadnezzar. I know Neb's talked to me a couple of times about it, how like he never even, that wasn't his intent for it either, but after I said it once, it like stuck. And I feel a little bit guilty about that. Like I feel like I've accidentally contributed to this guy's image, even though he didn't ask me to. If you're listening out there, Neb, I apologize. I apologize for blundering your name so badly that it started becoming an identity. Just a moment here as we get underway while I go grab a tissue. I don't know if any of y'all have been having this issue, but the allergies this season have been atrocious. My nose has been giving me all kinds of trouble. My eyes are completely bloodshot from, I don't know what it's like, cotton or something, like the what is it, cotton tree or something like that. Ugh. It's awful. Pardon me, I gotta clean myself up. Professional caster 101. Mirrored, spawning as an Armada commander on the northwestern side here of Arximcat's Valley, going to be going into good old-fashioned Armada bots, just as we saw in the last game, and of course on the other side of the map in a very similar build going to be Rex L, wearing the little goblin with the punching glove on its head, and going to be going into some of those good old-fashioned Armada bots as well. Are you guys excited, by the way, for the season of Legion? I'm very, very excited for all of May. Basically, every tournament in May is going to include Legion, and I'm so, so stoked. Legion is in such a good spot right now. I think back to Legion, like, a year ago, and man, it is really come into its own as an actual properly defined, well-developed, fully threshed out faction. And, you know, despite all the haters, despite all the Legion doubters, Legion really does have a beautiful style and a wonderful team working on it, so... yeah, I don't know. I'm very excited for May. There's going to be a bunch of tournament opportunities. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of info posted in the chat by anybody that has it. There's also all the info, of course, on the official Discord. Pardon me. There is the info on the official Discord as well. Always announcements over there. And that's, you know, going to have all the info that you need in order to participate in those tournaments. There's a lot of tournaments that are open to everybody, so I definitely expect all of you to be showing up out there. Every single one of you. Yes, that's right, you. I'm pointing through my screen right now. Directly at you. Rexel expanding very greedily. And as I mentioned before, this is one of those maps that you can afford to do that on. We did have a tick sent across the map, and you can see, yeah, about a minute into the game. So you get your lab up about a minute into the game, and then about a minute, maybe a minute and a half, and then a minute later you have a unit on the other side of the field. The fastest unit in the early game anyways. Are sprinters faster than ticks? I feel like they might be exactly the same speed if the tick isn't just ever so slightly faster. I almost feel like the tick is a repurposed construction tool. Like you would use them to crawl around buildings and then... I guess they're not six-legged though, so they can't crawl up walls. Maybe this is just a combat variant. This is like the military drone equivalent. Definitely feels like a construction drone, though, that, like, you would have, you know, a billion of them, and they'd crawl up a building and, like, weld all the different seams together and everything. Anyway, speculative lore aside. 10 or so oh my goodness, please stop sending your ticks to their doom. The ticks get lasered down right here by the LLT. Probably the most efficient LLT we've seen so far this tournament. 6 kills under that bad boy's name. And all of them are ticks that otherwise would have been doing tons of damage out there on the map. Yeah, very, very greedy, very rapid expansion right here from Rexel. Slightly slower expansion from Mirrored, and that does make me a little concerned for the Blue Commander. Went to that pawn production a little bit sooner here. And that does mean, of course... ooh, okay, found the opening. This could be huge. Boom goes the Constructor, those ticks. Still finding their value. Oh, look at that. We're gonna completely laser down the wreckage here so that it can't be resurrected. Oh, cheeky play, sir. Very cheeky play. Nicely done by Mirrored. Actually lasering down the corpse. So the reason you do that is because you can only resurrect things if they are a wreckage. Once they're debris, you can't actually bring them back. Nice play right there from the Red Commander. Think we can laser this one too? Got it. Going to be caught by the defensive pawns before they actually manage to laser that corpse apart. But not bad whatsoever. I love that play right there. It's the little things, right? It's the little room for micro that really gets my heart started. I love all that. Love that there's that depth of play here in Beyond All Reason. Ooh, we do have a single tick making its way into the backlines. Okay. Going to be trying to laser down the metal extractor here. Self-destruct? No self-destruct. If you self-destruct one of these metal extractors, good odds that you're going to be able to kill a tick, like right here, because it's so close. You'd be able to kill the tick if you self-destruct it. No such luck right here for the Red Commander. Now loses 2 metal extractors, might even lose the Constructor. Oh, tried to self-destruct the unfinished one. Oh, no. The ideal way to kill these Constructors, by the way, is to run in circles so that you get your own flanking damage, or your unit gets its own flanking damage. funnily enough. Hero Tick over here lasering down the LLT. Looks like its pawn brethren will be here to reinforce, and they found the opening once more. Another constructor will go down. Are we going to blast this one apart too? I'd love to see it. Nope, doesn't look like it. At least not right now. Focusing on the metal extractors for the time being. Reinforcing pawn's going to clean most of this up, and as soon as we get a res bot out, then this really doesn't... This has much less of an effect once those res bots come out, obviously, because you can resurrect the mexes, you can resurrect the constructor, and basically you're just paying in downtime on the metal extractor. You're not necessarily paying in the actual metal lost, which is always nice. Alright, just going to reclaim over here, though, for the red commander. No, there we go. Okay, we do have a res bot out. At the very least, we'll be able to resurrect those metal extractors, which is quite nice. Resurrecting them, it just costs you energy, and on a map like this, where energy is abundant, it's definitely worthwhile. XL actually throwing a couple of those solar panels up. Apparently the wind speed must have dropped because the blue commander has a couple of those T1 solar panels, which are, well, I'll let you do the math, but 155 metal for 20 energy versus the wind turbines, yeah, 40 metal and 175 energy for 19 energy. It's pretty easy to see how effective that is. Commander actually not locked onto the lab right here. There we go. We'll start producing once more as more and more pawns come out and join the battlefield here. Not bad. Not bad whatsoever. So far, both of these commanders just probing the battlefield, seeing how far they can get with these constructors, seeing if they can afford to expand and afford to be aggressive. But a very defensive stance overall here from basically both of these. I will say much more aggression right here from the blue commander. I'm gonna pay for it though. Yeah, losing your little aggression squads right here hurts. The idea being that you use these units to pull other units out of position, and then you slip a couple of units through, right? That is the pinnacle beyond all reason assault technology. That is the core idea. that is the main crux of defending, well, aggressing and beyond all reason, is you use these little aggression squads to get the units to react, and then you try and slip 2 or 3 ticks into the backline to kill all the metal extractors. That's more or less the most effective aggressive strategy there is. Minimum waste, maximum value. Partially depends on how much you can control at once, though. Look down here in the bottom right-hand corner, we can see, I believe it's, what is it, right here? Yeah, APM. APM of 46 right here for XL, versus an APM of 44 right here. Actually very evenly matched between these two commanders. 2 APM on average higher for the blue commander. I guess it makes sense. Rexel has been slightly more aggressive, and so earns the APM lead there. Ticks have a speed of 132, sprinters have a speed of 111. Ah, so ticks are slightly faster. Very cool. So yeah, that probably means the fastest unit in the game. I imagine rovers. I don't even think rovers and rascals are as fast as ticks. Maybe well, they are probably on the straightaway, but they have that. They have a really terrible turning radius where ticks can basically turn on a dime. Got my iced tea with me here. Having a nice refreshing beverage as we watch these two commanders go out on the map with all their units, trying to find any kind of leverage that they can. Dual LLTs on the high ground on this northern side over here. Super useful for the defense. Yeah, not really able to push into this without taking an unnecessarily inefficient trade. This looks a little bit better, though. Pawns running against each other and trying their best to blow each other to pieces. I like it. Are we ready for a transition, though? Oh, we sure are. Do not cite the old magics at me, witch. I was there when they are written. Mirrored going for a gunship snipe. Gonna go for a gunship play here. Is it the best idea, though? I feel like bombers might work out a little bit better here. Obviously, Mirrored only has limited information about what's actually on the other side of the map. Without proper scouting, it's impossible to know that there's all these solar panels clustered together, these wind turbines clustered together. That's a very difficult thing to figure out on limited scouting information. Nice clash right here from the pawns. The red pawns kind of surrounding themselves, but there's enough of them that it doesn't matter. They can just barely win that trade, and now the resbots are coming out. And resurrecting, indeed. There's definitely still sufficient pawns to continue aggressing here. I think pushing forward through this static defense opens up so much of this midsection. Yeah, there we go. We are going to push forward here. Nicely done. LLT will go down. Self-DN that LLT might have been the right idea there, but obviously that's very difficult to do. And now the resbots are slowly but surely picking these units back up. It costs energy to resurrect, so these take a little bit of time before they can actually resurrect these, especially with the wind speed plummeting now. Both of these commanders are in a bit of a cheeky state where, well, neither one of them really can afford anything. Mirrored heads out with his commander. Gunships headed across. They are spotted now. 4 gunships in total. Not really enough to do much. Anti-air starts up almost immediately. Ugh, yeah. Okay. We're just gonna use them on the front line. Sure, why not? I mean, they're basically efficient at trading out against these pawns, more or less. Okay. You know what else would be really nice with these gunships is trying to snipe these constructors. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. Sniping metal extractors, sniping constructors, that's not a bad idea whatsoever. Yeah, Air Lab starts up right here for Rexel just to get fighters out to deal with all this. This really isn't a bad play. I don't mind this. If we're gonna snipe all the constructors, it shuts down all the aggression on the front line. Well, Mirrored's in trouble, though. No energy for D-guns. Oh, no! Wind speed plummets and the blue commander pulls the trigger, gets a full surround on Mirrored. No chance to D-gun it down, and boom goes the red commander, explodes, and takes down our lovely Mirrored friend. Rexel takes the victory. 2-0. Very, very nicely done right there. A beautiful set of games between these two commanders, managing to, yeah, put 2 points on the board right there. With a cheeky little gunship snipe, defends the gunship sniper, at least was prepared to, but realizes, hey, wait a second, if the energy is all gone, it must and can only mean you can't really D-gun me. You can't D-gun my units, and so indeed they go away. Alrighty, let's flip back to the bracket here. And you can see, oh, looks like Grimplex and Victoria already finished their matches. 2-0 for Grimplex versus Victoria. Means that they're, yeah, going to be sorted for the next round. Round 2. As Rexel and Mirrored finish up submitting their victories and losses here. We will jump into Barcast TV versus Blast Shield here. Ta-da! A little bit glitchy there. Not to worry. Making it up as we go along.
Battle started.
Time to cast in super speed. Aggressive expansion coming out here from Blast Shield, but likewise actually very aggressive expansion from BCTV as well. Hoping to put on a bunch of pressure. We do have those medium tanks as well as a pounder up on the northern side. We have a big old tank force building on the southern side as well. As those riot tank numbers start to build up, they can be very difficult to deal with. Hey, nice little run by there as well. Shuriken are forced out, actually, to deal with all that. Eventually, Resbots pick up a bunch of the metal extractors on the southern side. That tank ball is looking devastating. Those Tsar tanks have rolled out on the field. And once those Tsars start connecting with the T1, it's going to be... Ooh. Well, I was going to say it's a bad situation. Barcast manages to defend, but just barely, as those T2 tanks start rolling out for both commanders. Now we have the Tsar tanks being overwhelmed. Well, losing those Tsars hurts. A transport has dropped a construction turret to pick this all up. We have tanks in the back line destroying the wind turbines. Blast Shield actually a precarious situation. GG is called. Blast Shield's energy has been destroyed. Oh. Well, Blast Shield called GG and then thought, well, wait a second. Wait just one moment. No, it's definitely over. Blast Shield gets killed. Commander goes down, and BCTV takes this game. I have no idea if this is game 1 or game 2, but my goodness, all the way up to, what is that, quintuple fusion reactors, T2 vehicle spam, and we're even going into a T2 air lab. What a series, alright. Let's ask here. Game 1. See what game number these were. That was game 1. Oh, wow. Okay. Game number 1, going all the way to the T2 distance. Very, very cool to see. Feast of Hades, like I said. A baller of a map. Always some fun stuff going on this map. Rare that we get to see Czars. Excited about it, though. Always cool. Sweet tea is even better. Sweet tea is nice, but you gotta be sitting out in the sun. You gotta be lounging in your recliner. That's where sweet tea is the best. Really trying to clean up these sinuses before you guys have to deal with it. Trying to spare you from the, Oh, they're going to rehost this server really quickly. Trying to spare you from the audio... What is that called? The ASMR of, the ASMR of me blowing my nose every 15 seconds. There we go. Broadcast has rehosted the lobby. Looks like the server was having some kind of an issue, so yeah, going to go ahead and rehost. Always an option, by the way, in case you're curious and in case you need it. Exclamation point rehost will basically just shut down your lobby and open up a new one, make you the boss of it. Very, very useful for in case you, yeah, you know, your lobby's bugged out or something, not working properly. And we are set. We are now only waiting here on Blast Chilled to come on and join in on the tournament here. And there they are. Apparently a bit of a lag spike. Ladies and gentlemen, underway into game number 2 here. What a game number 1. What a warm-up game. What a warm-up game. I think there's something to be said for the mental toll it takes to play a late drawn-out T2 1v1 game and then launching directly into your next 1v1 game. It's a lot. It's a lot of mental tax. And a lot of commanders, I mean, myself well included, are you know, very APM limited, I would say. It's one of the best things about Beyond No Reason is you don't have to, you don't necessarily have to have tremendous APM to be pretty good at the game, but it certainly helps. Blast Shield here, playing as the gonna be playing as the random, the die. Okay. 4 on that side. Have we got the we got 3 on that side? Must mean 6 is underneath. Hold on. I'm trying my best for you guys. Now we can't see, can we? 1, 2, 3. There, yeah, you can see the dots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They did it. They did it. They put a die in the game. I would love a game mode where you roll a die. And depending on the outcome, you get a certain bonus. Just 2 games. Yeah, so it's not a best of 3, I was wrong. It's a best of 2, which is a little bit funky. But basically, because it's a Swiss-style tournament, every game gets you points. And then the person with the most points at the end is basically the winner. That's the way that this sort of style of tournament works, and it's quite nice actually because it means that you have to you don't have to play as many games. It's pretty good. Blast Shield. Rolling an Armada Commander on the southern side here. We're going to be going into that double mech strategy. Are we going to see some wind turbines come up and running? Yes, indeed we are. Wind turbines coming up and running here. Obviously, wind quite valuable, quite efficient here. Wind turbines, for Armada especially, very cheap. Only 40 metal. It only takes, what is it? It's like, if it's over 10, Like 10 is basically the efficiency level of fusion reactor, and then I believe it's 13 or something like that is the efficiency of an APHIS. Might be 15. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you right now is that wind turbines are crazy efficient. Actually, going to start overflowing metal, or energy rather. Overflowing energy now that the wind speed is picked up, and there's no way to spend it all. Barkcast TV. Not overflowing yet, actually. Doing a slightly better job of managing that. These Cortex wind turbines, a little bit thicker around the base, a little bit more, yeah, a little bit better, well, HP, I guess, is their one benefit. 220 HP versus 196 HP. The Armada ones are thinner, don't cost as much, but yeah, they're not quite as sturdy. Doesn't really matter because they all blow up the same. But you gotta pay for that visual difference somehow, right? It'd be pretty funny if units cost were actually defined by the size of their unit model. Juggernauts would basically be just exactly as expensive as they are. Mammoths probably wouldn't be as expensive, though. I feel like Mammoths, with their slight size reduction, probably wouldn't quite be as dangerous. Oh, Blast Shield with the tick across the map already. Nice stuff. I'm liking the moves that we're seeing so far. Blast Shield filling me with confidence here. Oh, nice snipe right there from Barcast. Manages to blast between the wind turbines here and kill that tick. Constructor on the left-hand side, not so fortunate. Yeah, ticks across the map. Gonna start harassing down this commander. Doing a lovely job of putting on the pressure early enough that Barcast sort of has to make a pivot. Gotta start making those units a lot sooner now. More and more ticks coming out. Well, Commander does manage to snipe those ticks. That was fortunate there. Are we gonna... Oh, okay. Thought we might just try and do a citizen's arrest, reclaim those with the constructor here. Instead, we're just gonna keep a grunt around in order to defend against all this. We do have a couple of ticks moving into the base again. The commander, basically a mobile LLT here. Oh, very close. Repair micro right there on the constructor to keep it alive. Yeah, ticks trying their very best, but with the grunt guard, the era of the tick has essentially passed. And indeed, Blast Shield now goes into a con turret, starts expanding quite aggressively with some of these bots. I like the aggression, but obviously if it hinders your expansion, it can also be a detriment. You have to do more damage than you miss out on the mechs, right? So if you end up actually accidentally not expanding, you're not microing back at home or macroing back at home, you can accidentally do more damage to yourself by microing those ticks too hard on the other side of the map than you otherwise would do if you just played a little bit more defensively. The real advantage, though, is that those ticks kept the grunts at home, and now that they're coming across the map here, the constructors are already out on the field, so they have a little bit of a head start out to the field before ever being harassed. Now the grunts are coming across the map right now, and it's going to be important that we keep an eye out to try and make sure that we're stopping them. Couple moving along that northern side. Looks like this constructor's been paused, actually. Going into another constructor here. I think we need more wind turbines. Wind speed is not crazy high right now, but we definitely need more wind turbines right now to make sure that this actually can all be afforded. Pawn sent northward onto the fence. Grunt versus Pawn, one-on-one. Grunt versus Pawn, one-on-one is in favor of the Pawn right now. Without any micro whatsoever, it goes to the Pawn. One hero Grunt gonna try and sneak by. Pawns are too quick on the draw. They do manage to shut it down. Nicely done. Pawns catch this Grunt over here as well. The only other Grunt that might have some potential is over on this side. And this really is the trick with Cortex, is you don't really have a great way of getting across the field before the enemy already has defenses up and running. You're left in this situation where you have to sort of just build up your critical mass and play very eco-aggressive in order to have enough units to break through the defenses rather than try and be sneaky and go around them and outmaneuver them. All very difficult to manage. His commander's moving at a million movements a second right here. These little skirmishes mean the world, though. Yeah, every time these grunts go down, you're losing map control. And I'm pretty confident Barcast is not happy with the way this is going. Oh, those grunts Moving into range of the pawns right there. Not ideal. Looks like they will eventually trade out, but that could have gone a little bit smoother. Likewise, Grunt kiting against the pawns. It's much less possible nowadays. The pawn is quite a bit better at kiting than it once was. And now actually can evenly or even better outperform the grunts when kiting. It's still possible. It's still possible to kite with the grunts with the speed of 81 versus the pawn's speed of 87. The pawns will eventually catch you, but if you time it just right, they have enough range that they can kite for a little while before things get real drastic. Barcast forced into a couple of those solar panels, and likewise the red commander will be as well here. Do have a couple of units running around, yeah. The LLT is coming up all over the place, but that's 20 seconds, and I don't think this constructor has it. Maybe the first damage we've seen today. Ooh, nice little run by here as well, though. Barcast does finally get the units into the backline. This is the opportunity that I think BCTV was looking for. Defending on their side of the map and then managing to, yeah, sneak these units into the backline. Nice micro right there. Manages to get the flanking bonus. Will end up killing the constructor on the high ground as well. Can we even go in and kill the base over here? A couple of mechs vulnerable and some wind turbines as well. And it looks like, oh, we must have eaten up the... we ate up the grunt over here. Couple tried to run by, but the LLT stopped them. Pawns will be available for the defense. Alright. Constructor lives, and that's the most important part. We do have a little bit of a run by over by these pawns as well. LLT now blasting them apart. And they can manage to make it through. One of them will slip through the gaps. Grunts are in position to intercept, though. And with that, I think this will be cleaned up quite nicely. Alright. We've set ourselves into a nice little macro game here. At this point, the defense has been sturdy enough for both of these... Whoa, has been sturdy enough for both of these teams, or both of these players, rather, that I think it's probably safe for both of them to start making their next play. It's going to be vehicles for both of them. Blast Shield going into some of those good old-fashioned Armada vehicles, and likewise BCTV going to be going into some of those good old-fashioned Cortex ones. We do have a little bit more build power coming up here to build a bigger wind turbine farm. I love to see it. E-storage, like I said, going to be super critical here. As long as that E-storage stays up and running, it's going to be a pretty easy time to keep the energy pretty high. The wind speed doesn't dip too harshly on this map, and that means that you can afford to produce pretty aggressively. As long as you've got the wind turbines and the E-storages, you can bear out the most of almost any wind shortage for a while. It's effectively just buying yourself time, but that is ultimately all it takes. Buying yourself time until the vehicles can hit the field. Little force of grunts moving forward right here. There is a gap in the armor. LTs to guard all these metal extractors are not naked expansions. They have their little guard towers, but of course, they can't guard everything. And the pawns and grunts are going to start stepping forward, trying to get a little bit of value against the metal extractors here. Meanwhile, a little run by over here is quite nice as well. Ooh, Constructor does get sniped. That's huge. Constructor goes down, metal extractor as well. We do have reinforcements being resurrected and sent out to the front lines here. Yeah, it looks like the blue commander trying to put together a patchwork army right now. One grunt makes it through. The grunt on this side was eventually, or the grunts rather on this side were eventually cleaned up. Constructor goes down, so the mexes will take a while to rebuild, but it will still stay standing, the LLT, so at the very least, not going to be raidable again. Resbots are coming up and running. We do have blitzes out on the field now, and we also have grunts running into the base. One mex goes down, another one in danger here. Wind turbine's going to come up on the high ground. We do have a Resbot ready to reclaim. I'd love to see it resurrecting those mexes on the backside. Blitzes firing forward right here, but they can't follow up this hillside. Oh, the grunt almost made it to safety up this hill. However, well, I guess the LLT was waiting for them on the other side, so safety, a relative term. We will see Resbots resurrecting over here. Again, we have aggression on the blue side as well. Blitzes continuing their march forward here. Cortex stuff made in Germany, Armada stuff made in China. It's cheap and very fastly made, but man, if it doesn't pack a wallop. I like it. Blitz is pushing through. Blitz have quite a lot of speed. They're very difficult for Cortex to deal with because they're so fast. You have to be in position. You can't try and deal with them after the fact. Ooh, a little bit of a stall right here, though. APM stall for the Red Commander. If these units had kept moving, I think they would have had a good odds, but now there's plenty of pawns, or rather grunts, in position to laser these down. Medium tanks also in the fight here. Gonna be body blocking almost. Yeah, this is all cleaned up pretty nicely here. Pawns and grunts and all the rest of it gonna go down as those brutes march through all of this. Anti-air bots even built over here because obviously we don't even know what the enemy is going for. Could be a little bit of a air rush. We've seen it already in the other series. Could be that the other player is going for air, so building a couple of those isn't the end of the world. A big swarm of pawns moving forward as well. As more and more of these medium tanks come out, though, the pawns are going to lose value. Resbot's also super powerful. The fact that we can resurrect most of these pawns and send them back in the face here of the blue or the red commander is going to be very, very important. Resbots are resurrecting whatever they can. Big area that needs, yeah, resurrecting down here. Glad to see that. Blitz is going to jump on top of the incisors and grunts right here. It looks like all this will be cleaned up quite nicely. There is a reinforcing push over here, but there's more than enough units. In fact, way more than enough units on the southern side to clean all this up. An overwhelming trade right here for the red commander. And with the resbots to resurrect everything, this suddenly becomes a gigantic army. Oh, let's get the kill there. Nice. Barcast continuing to aggress through this left-hand side, though, has basically realized that this is the weakest point here on the red team, or the red side, defensively. And so is continuing to try and poke forward. Oh no, another APM stall. Both of these commanders trying to move in. Yeah, Resbot needs to come back. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Look at that queue. Blitz is getting the wraparound here, actually quite nice. Body blocking those tanks so that the stouts here can fire away at them. Nice little plasma battle between these two tanks. These two types of tanks, I should say. Eventually the stouts are going to clean it up, though. Alright, not bad. Oh, Shuriken are in the air. Ah, okay. It's a Shuriken transition here. Blast Shield, where are you going? Oh, no. Red Commander caught way out in the open. I mean, he has the units to defend all this, of course, but... Oh, D-gun, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Okay. D-guns to take out the tanks is not bad. Obviously, those tanks have so much HP that D-gunning them is one of the fastest ways to kill them. It does remove the metal, which is a bit of a bummer. Oh, a nice reclaim right here as well from the blue commander. Are we going into T2? No, we're just going into air. We got some air constructors out and running. We've also got medium tanks running forward here. They are going to find a couple of these resbots. A nice snipe, and obviously these medium tanks care a whole lot less about these exploiters and LLTs. But with Shuriken in the air, yeah, you buy yourself a lot of time, and it's not really going to matter. Okay, nice cleanup right there. Fighters are in the air now for the blue commander. We need to see those used to go clean up some of those Shuriken. Meanwhile, the stouts are firing away here at this little aggressive push of the grunts on the southern side here. And again, we've got aggression on this left-hand side. At this point, you might as well just drop a couple more LLTs. The cost of maintaining the defense on this side has grown so much. Every time that units trade out any amount on this side, well, it's starting to add up. Units prioritizing the LLT, the units, and not the metal extractors here means one of the mexes will stay up and standing, as well as the LLT, actually. Resbot have gotten this up and running. I feel like you just throw down 30 LLTs. You just start building LLTs all over this place just so that this area becomes inaccessible. Question is, what is the plan right here? Are we going to go for bombers, or are we going to just go for fighters? So far, it's just fighters right now for Barcast. Fighters and medium tanks with a little bit of Shuriken support always works out quite nicely. We do have those gunships available, of course, for the Armada Commander here, but we don't have any such gunships, damage-dealing gunships anyway, for the Corps Commander. Has to go all the way up into T2 air units to make that happen. Like I explained before we started this this tournament here today, getting up into T2 can be very expensive. Don't mind this trade here, though. These grunts firing away with their little laser beams. Do we have resbots to resurrect all this? We do not. Yeah, we pivoted all the way into vehicles here, so the only resbots available are on the southern side here. Eating up a bunch of corpses, which is great. That's one of the nicest things about doing a bot into vehicle transition, is you have a couple of those resbots, or you can have a couple of those resbots up and running. And they're really nice because you essentially... You have a much better way of extracting that resource from the front line rather than just relying on vehicle constructors, which is not ideal. Shuriken doing a great job. Fighters eventually pull the trigger to jump on top of those Shuriken here. We do have a big old fighter wave as well, clashing against each other. Yeah, scout planes are shot down. That's quite nice. These two fighters taking a fabulous trade. Shurikens, meanwhile, on this side of the map. Trying to find some value. The fighters are sent in. Yeah, nice. Nice catch with the fighters. The Shurikens aren't free. 58 metal and, more importantly, 13,000 energy. Barcast is in a critical E-stall. Yeah, forced to throw down some solar panels. At this point, you got to start thinking about advanced solar panels. We're at 1,000 energy per second at this point. It's an E-stall, but the E-production is so high that you really could afford to go for way better energy production. Oh, nice D-gun right there from Blast Shield. Commander very open and exposed on this right-hand side, but did manage to do it. Air constructors claiming these mechs in the corner of the map is also quite cool. Really only accessible via air commander, or air constructor, air commander. I brought that up before, how devastating air commander would be. A slip of the tongue, but definitely an interesting thought experiment, right? A flying D-gunning commander. Yeah, very, very dangerous. Man, this side has been nothing but trouble. This has been the ultimate gap in the armor right here for Blast Shield, has been this left-hand side. Medium tanks continuing to push through over here. Medium tanks trying to get aggressive over here as well, but that's actually a lot of exploiters. A lot of exploiters, LLTs, and brutes. It's enough sustain that there's not really any way you're going to break through that without incurring significant damage. Ah, man. This is where Shurikens are so useful to have. Yeah, Blast Shield calls GG. There's nothing he can do to defend against this push right here. And the continued aggression means that the advantage that Barcast has had for the longest time, it's slowly added up to the point that it really is difficult to play against, if not downright unplayable. Barcast TV manages to take this series 2-0. Some violent series today, going back and forth. A brutal back and forth between those medium tanks. Very, very cool to see. Man, it's been a devastating tournament. Let's see if Neb is still in game here as well. Looks like we have Pro Tour. Is this Neb? Oh, it is. Okay. Neb with the weirdest name of all time. Not sure what's going on with that, but making it very difficult to find this game. Neb and Praetor going up against each other. Oh, and it looks like the second bracket has been generated. Oh, and we have our new players back. All right, wonderful. We have more players. All right, hold on one second. Let me flip back to the bracket here. Bada bing, bada boom. As we move into round 2. Hold on. Make that look real pretty. There we go. Ah, it's beautiful. Going into round 2, we've gained players here. It looks like YOLO Chicken and who was the other person that joined us? YOLO Chicken and Busy Jack will be joining us once more. Looks like we must have just missed the let's go back and recoup what happened here. We just missed the end of the cast right here between Neb and Praetor. 2-0 for everybody here, except for Praetor and Neb, who went 1 apiece. All right, means that they're going to be the contester piece. Both of them are going to have to fight a little harder to try and win themselves back into that first place opportunity. Next game's going to be pretty crazy, though. Oh, car alarm going off outside. You guys hear that? It's very loud. That is very, very loud. I definitely want to watch a game of Neb here. Neb is going to be going up against Blast Shield, so that's going to be interesting. Blast Shield, who we just watched going up against Barcast TV. We've also got some of these new faces, though, and I believe they come in without any points, so they basically come in with zero points on the board. Means that they're going to have an even harder time getting back into this game. These commanders they're bantering right now. We've got some friendly banter going on. You sound like Moon Moon. Who the heck is Moon Moon? I do not know this person. I'm either flattered or offended, but I don't know which one yet. Let me refresh the bracket really quickly. Yep, looks like bracket is set. All right. Well, let's do a little searching. Easiest way to figure these games out. We could watch all the Glitters match. Let's see, Raxel Mirrored versus Victoria. Is that going to be going on? Okay. Let us see. Looks like they're still in the bans and picks phase. I really want to see that Neb game, though. Can't search for his name via Neb, though. Have to go for Blast Chilled. BCTV versus Blast has been taken over somehow. That is quite odd. I was muted that whole time. Lovely. The risks of muting myself. I'll forget about it. Looking for the best lobby to join here. I'm hoping that Blast Shield is back shortly. Oh, there we go. Speak of the Blast Chiller. It does finally arrive. Not bad. Not bad at all. And we will get to watch our game, but before that they got to do their picks and their bans. Both of these commanders exactly 36 open skill, which is pretty funny. Excited to see what kind of funky strategies these two can come up with. Oh yeah, Neb is responding to me in real time about what I said 5 minutes ago, because of the stream delay. Neb is the higher seed though, so we'll be banning first. What's it gonna be? I'm ready and waiting. I have got to know. Oh, he's gonna man Paradise? No. I thought we might finally have a game on Paradise. I thought these two commanders might be funky fresh enough that they'd play on Paradise. Ah, oh well. Surely one of these commanders is gonna play on Paradise eventually, right? Surely I will get my Paradise Lost game. Yeah, you can see Neb's upset too. Not willing to play on Aurelia. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Just for a refresher here, here's what the maps look like. So we banned Paradise Lost and we banned Aurelia. And then it looks like Blast Shield has chosen Eye of Horus, which will be right here in the middle top right. The very, very congested, very high metal map. Very flat. Actually, I take that back. Not quite as flat as some of the other maps. It's got, like I said, those hills that bots can take advantage of. Should be good stuff. Does make me curious, though, what on earth Neb is going to pick. Like, I could totally see him going for Istis. Oh, is it a ban? Is that how that works? Anyway. He banned Tundra. I thought he picked. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Oh, he's a funny guy. Okay, good. I'm flattered then. CQC longer. We'll get back to the main scene at this point. Part of me wonders who the first commander is going to be to pick, to pick Paradise Lost. We were here already, so Heartbreak is my pick, alright? Heartbreak and then Crystallized Plains. Ladies and gentlemen. Fight Night's founder, gonna be going up against Blast Shield. Showing us what they've got. Both of these commanders, 36 open skill, and gonna be ripping and roaring for whatever kind of position they can gain. Heartbreak Hill is one of the maps of all time. It's got... it's so complicated. Heartbreak Hill is one of those maps that I hate playing because there's so many angles. It's so difficult to guard all the different angles. You can see there's loads of metal extractors all at 1.7, so this really is a map about taking ground and holding ground. But largely it's kind of... well, I don't know. The map is basically divided between this section and this section. Those are like the big metal spots, and then there's like this part and this part are like the other two big metal clusters. And then everything else in the middle is kind of like, here and there. It's nice if you can hold it, but it's not necessarily the biggest bundle of metal. Like, these are kind of nice, these little clusters of two 1.7s, but really these are the key sectors of the map to hold. But they're really difficult to hold, because if you want to access this hillside over here, for instance, you can't go up this hill. You have to go all the way up here, and then you have to hold this line, right? So it's a really difficult line. And then likewise, right, if you spawn over here, then, I mean, it's nice that you have this ramp so you can sort of bolster right here, but then it means you have to also guard right here. Or if you want these mexes, you have to guard here, and then all the way back here again. It means that there's so many run by paths that this map is way more open than it looks like because of all these cliffs and hills and little alleyways and pathways and whatnot. Not to mention, it's very difficult to move vehicles around in the midsection because of these weird, I don't know, spiralette hills. They're up and down and all around, over and under, and very difficult to move through. And of course, we've got the hump. They say this is where the King of Bar gave his last speech. Right there. Spawning on the northeastern side. Spawning as the blue... misclick LMAO, says the blue commander. Not sure what the misclick was. Maybe we're not intending to go for Armada. Maybe we're not intending to go for bots. But we will be going for bots here, as it looks like Neb has decided to go ahead and go into those good old-fashioned Armada bots, trying to get some of those pawns out on the field, alongside some of those ticks, of course, as well, for early game harassment. On the other side of the field, Blast Shield going to be going into some good old-fashioned Cortex bots. Okay. I'm a little surprised here. I'm definitely surprised to still see Cortex bots being played. I guess everybody trying to suss out whether the Armada build power nerf for the pawns was significant enough that Cortex can get back into it. So far, doesn't seem like the case. Flat out doesn't seem like the case, because, yeah, these two... I mean, every game that we've seen so far that has come down to pawns versus grunts has still gone in favor of the pawns. It really just means that you need that earlier build power. Once you get the early build power up, though, it doesn't really mean all too much. Like, you're still going to be able to pump out a whole bunch more of those pawns, and they're still going to trade really fabulously. So once they're on the field, that really is all that matters. And if you can keep them alive, then what does it matter if they cost more build power, because you've already built them. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it, though. Maybe the difference really isn't so big. Maybe we've just seen a couple of good Armada games today, and that's really all it is. Sample size not big enough to make any determinations, but It is growing, and it is growing a case for Armada here. Interesting to see how many commanders have decided to keep their, well, commander in their base rather than moving out with the commander. Jaleo Nothing brings up an interesting point. Just checking the chats here to see what you folks are up to, and says, I kind of prefer the no matchmaking at the moment. Not enough players yet to make it required. I agree with you, except for 1v1. I think 1v1 is a space where matchmaking would be really, really useful. And I believe somebody said, this is not an official announcement or anything, this is just heard through the grapevine, so take it with a grain of salt, but I heard somebody say that there is a semi-functional prototype that's been constructed, which is exciting, obviously, but is kind of, I mean, that's sort of the issue is balancing 8 players, 16 players, very, very difficult. Balancing 2 players, much, much easier. So it makes a lot more sense to go for 1v1 first. And if it's the case, if it's true that 1v1 will be getting their matchmaking first, it'll be a good test run to see exactly how many players are actually interested. I have a feeling, this is just a gut feeling, personal caster feeling alert, whoop, 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 speculative information ahead. I have a feeling that 1v1 is going to drag a lot more people into this game. And especially with the matchmaking, because it's much easier to queue up, right? You don't have to, like, it's very difficult to find a 1v1 lobby right now. If you could just click a button and join a matchmaking queue, and then, you know, a minute later, you're in a game. Somebody, you know, around your same Chevron and open skill level. If that's how they're going to intend to balance it in the future. I don't think it is, but if they, you know, the initial prototypes will probably be built around that. I think it'll be pretty good. I think it'll be very good for the game. I think it's going to drag in a lot of people that are going to be interested in playing the game at a competitive level and in 1v1, but also probably the higher team sizes as well. Very excited to see what happens with it. Anyways, back to the game. Blast Shield here. Gonna be going for, yeah, those, like I said, those Cortex bots, but it's a very aggressive expansion. And the reason for that is because if your bots are, well, less effective across the board, then you've got to make up the difference somewhere. and well, most Cortex commanders are just going to make up the difference by building a bajillion bots, just making a million of them. You have to play very aggressive. You have to get out there with your constructors and be, yeah, very aggressively expanding on the map, and I think that's great. I mean, I think that's Cortex to a T, so I can't really fault it for being, you know, a bad thing. And more of these grunts are coming out on the field. Grunts really do feel like they're made out of paper mache nowadays. With pawns being as good as they are and having the ability now to kite grunts. Yeah, grunts definitely feel like a cookie cutter, stamped out, machine pressed type of unit. Like very, very thin in the armor, very, very lightweight, like made of, you know, sheet steel and aluminum. Machine welded together, like very, very low quality, right? But at the same time, that's kind of what makes them great, is that you can make tons of them. You can press out 1 billion of them. Nice kiting right there. The shape of these engagements matters a lot. Typically speaking, the commander with the better concave is going to be the one that comes out on top. Pawns have a slight advantage in the sense, though, that their plasma cannons can kind of shoot past each other, whereas the pawn, or the grunts rather, can't really do that. Their lasers are a little bit less effective at doing that sort of thing. They're moving out on the field. Trying to find aggressive openings. I don't know that Neb necessarily has found it, though. Loads of defensive grunts being sent across right here. Meanwhile, a massive army is headed outward on the field. A couple of them going down to the pawns and whatnot over on the northern side, but there's still tons and tons of these grunts moving forward. LLTs are going to drive them back. Okay. It's like 6 shots or something like that from an LLT to kill a grunt. The issue is when there's 2 LLTs, they can start to do a little bit of flanking damage. And the reason I talk about it so much is because it's massive. It is a ginormous part of this game that flanking damage can do so much work. And it's oftentimes neglected. You know what I'd like to see here for Neb is the Twilights. Yeah, if you're going to go for Armada, you may as well go for these cloaked Stealthy cloakable metal extractors. They're very, very good for hiding metal extractors on the map where otherwise units would be very easily able to snipe them. I think this is exactly that sort of perfect use case for that. Build those cloakable metal extractors here, and then they're never going to be found. It's always just going to be the assumption that you never took the metal extractors. So likewise on this side, right? If you just build those cloaked mexes, then I mean the other side of that, right? To play my own devil's advocate, the other side of that is that as soon as you find one cloaked metal extractor, you start checking every metal spot. You're just going to queue units on top of each metal spot to check each one. So the jig is up as soon as you're detected, but for a little while you can go roughly undetected. It can be heinously efficient. I spread on the grunts right there, making sure to keep them fanned out as much as possible. Yeah, we're just going for a little bit of poking aggression, but we're really not that far expanded outwards here. Both of these commanders very cautiously moving. Constructor here might get sniped by the grunts though. They do spy it. Spy it with my little eye it. Well, defensive pawns are in position. 10% HP. But it will stay standing. The only HP that matters is the last one. So take that message to heart. Pawns continuing to be aggressive over here as well. But there's more than enough grunts now reinforcing this side to clean all this up. And yeah, those are going to get lasered down pretty nicely here. 2 rogue pawns looking for their opportunity. There is an opportunity. There's a gap right here on the left-hand side. The question is, how do you find it, right? We in the spectators box have perfect vision over here. We know exactly what's going on, whereas these commanders, they're working with incomplete information. Oh, incisor transition. Okay. I missed the vehicle transition here, but we do have those light tanks coming up here. Those light laser tanks. Those light laser tanks. Yeah, there we go. They actually have 2 lights in their name because they fire a light laser and also they are a light tank. Wow. Love this game. Love this game and the intricacies brought about by it. Beamer turrets are sort of the next step here. Well, the other option is just to ignore this. And then your backline goes to mush. So this isn't ideal. Certainly a bad situation right here for the blue commander, trying to clean up these incisors. The build power has been destroyed right here, as well as the wind turbines. Blue commander on the northern side. What is our option here? One of which, of course, is to go ahead and try and reclaim these. Surprised we're not using this construction turret to try and reclaim. Oh, GG is called. Wow, towel is thrown, and it's going to be the red commander, Blastchild, who manages to take the first game. Cheeky little incisor push is just barely enough to break the defenses and get into the backline, crippling the energy economy here. And Neb runs out of energy to continue producing forces. Really ran out of build power, actually. The energy was still relatively high, but those incisors were essentially uncontested. I think we might have been able to reclaim them, but rebuilding after that would have been so expensive. Building, you know, you have to get more build power up and running, and the incisors are already on the way. GG. Very GG. Crystallized Plains is going to be the next map of the day. I'm glad that we're getting a nice spread of the maps today. We're not saying the same ones over and over. Is always fun. Always very nice to see. Sorry, I just realized I forgot to do some announcements. Let me see here. Grabbing this as we get underway here and wait for these wait for these commanders to get themselves in gear here. We will go ahead and start stepping our way into match number 2. There we go. All right, announcement is out. Very, very good stuff. Always forget to do those announcements. That's the bane of my existence. Alrighty, game number 2 between Neb and Blast Shield. We are spawning right here on the 5 metal per second metal extractor. It's your early game economy that every commander gets to start with. It is pretty much the bread and butter right here. It looks like both of these commanders opting to go for solar panels first. Wind turbine's definitely good on this map, but yeah, with the wind speed so low, you do need that early solar panel to make sure you have enough energy production here. Almost identical builds between these two commanders. One solar panel, one wind turbine. Looks like it's going to be 2 wind turbines here for Blast Shield. Always one to make up some creative new builds. The 2 wind turbine gambit versus Neb's, yeah, one wind turbine protocol. Building some high ground wind turbines. Both of these commanders reaching for those high ground wind turbines is pretty funny. Obviously saying, hey, it'd be nice if there was some eco you couldn't harass to death with a couple of ticks or grunts or incisors, rovers, rascals, any of those units, those lighter ones. And now we have a constructor, an aggressive constructor moving out on the map here, but for 2.3 metal, it's definitely well worth it. Like I said in the preview here, as we were taking a look across all the maps, this is one of those maps that is much less about controlling space and is much more about controlling individual points, because each of these metal extractor clusters is worth, well, basically 5 metal per second, more or less. 4.6 something? Probably closer to 4.7, rounding up. Metal per second. You really want to contest each of these metal extractor points. There's this one here, and then this one over on the left-hand side as well. Contesting those is much more important than just randomly contesting big swaths in the midsection of the map, except for the caveat that having control over the map like that does mean that you have opportunities for run-bys and whatnot, which is pretty important. Less aggression, though, than we've seen out of the last couple of games. We've got pawns positioned very defensively, making sure not to lose these early metal extractors. It's very, very easy to lose on this map is the other thing. Like, there's so much potential for losing space, losing ground, just because one sneaky unit manages to make it through your defenses, then suddenly you're in a really tricky position. E-storage going to be coming up right here. The wind turbine wall is kind of funny because these are very explosive and also have very low HP, so even though we've walled off the metal extractor, kind of, these are still quite explosive and would probably just kill the metal extractor if it was yeah, left basically untouched. You know what? Yeah, I like this quite a bit, actually. Blue Commander going to go ahead and go for the expansion to the bottom right-hand corner. It's almost like a secret expansion. Trying to expand into that corner rather than expanding outwards to the forward or sort of semi-forward bases. It obviously means it's going to take a little bit longer to get over there, but I think it makes a lot of sense because these are so easy to harass, and you're going to have to pay for them over and over and over again. Likewise, we do have the constructor moving around over here on the southern side. Nice defense so far, though, from the blue commander. We just need to see some guards set for these constructors that are moving out on the map. There is the guard command, of course, which is always nice, but manually controlling them is almost always going to give you a better situation. One tick making its way around here. Pawn trying to hide in the crevices over here to avoid the radar detection, but it will be spotted. The tick. Sneaking around. Sneaky beaky like. Just taking a look around, seeing what it can find here. Constructor kept in base for now and just building a construction turret while Blast Shield moves out with the commander, expanding very aggressively in that direction rather than going for something like what we see from Neb here, where the commander is staying in base and being used as a construction turret, essentially, using that early build power lead that the commander has. Oh, nice snipe right there. Blast Shield's commander is detected. LOT plus the commander will be enough to clean up these pawns, of course, but it is nice to know that the commander is expanding. Seeing the commander expand means you can be a little bit more aggressive with the run-bys. It means that there's nothing really in base to defend against any sort of large-scale aggression. Plenty of times we've seen commanders move out of the map only to leave their base largely undefended. and suddenly 2 or 3 pawns in the backline tearing apart your wind turbines, especially on a map where wind speed is as killer as it is here. Yeah, you could leave yourself in a really tricky spot. Petition to start calling incisors LLLTs. Little light laser tanks, or otherwise known as light laser tanks. Or they could be light laser light tanks. No, light laser tanks sounds way better. I will sign that petition in a heartbeat. Blast Shield out here on the map, grabbing these mexes greedily. The difference made up, though, by a single constructor moving over in this corner right here. Going to set up some LLTs and eventually build some wind turbines as well. And then, of course, this constructor has also done a great job of setting up some mexes on this side. So the eco advantage is actually not as pronounced as you might expect from the, despite aggressive expansion here. The advantage just isn't as big as it seems like it should be. I suppose we also have these constructors moving forward as well. The blue con's going to be stepping forward, building an LLT. I'd love to see a lightning turret or a beamer turret set up on the hill here. Typically speaking, giving those turrets the high ground advantage can be really powerful, especially those lightning turrets, because they can shoot downwards really nicely. We've got very aggressive eco expansion going on right now, though, for Neb. Going for tons and tons of build power, as well as, of course, these wind turbines, the E-storages, all that sort of stuff. Trying to never E-stall again by building as many storages as possible. Making sure that when the wind is high and when there's enough energy to bank any of it, there's room to. I'm a fan. I'm actually a really big fan of the E-storage meta. I think it's pretty interesting. It sort of changes the whole... It changes the energy economy a lot, because you suddenly rely a whole lot less on pivoting into those expensive energy producers like advanced solars or fusions or whatever. You just start to rely a lot more on the wind turbines, and it's weird because it doesn't feel like it should work, but it works so much more often than you would think it does. Blast Shield surrounding himself with a bunch of LLTs, just trying to lock down the midsection of the map. I guess I don't mind this. Like, these LLTs are nice, but obviously there's ways to kill these LLTs that are so efficient that it makes it very dangerous. We've got vehicles rolling out now. I really can't help but wonder if like a pounder or two in really critical spots on this map could be just phenomenal. Like you'd imagine, right? Just putting a pounder in this choke point, putting a pounder like over here, just kind of in the middle of this area. Just using those riot tanks as basically static defenses. Pretty good. The Legion faction actually has a riot cannon static defense. It is their pop-up, their T1 pop-up turret. So in place of the Dragon's Claw or the Dragon's Maw, they have the Dragon's Jaw. It is a, yeah, it's a little pop-up turret that fires a riot projectile, which basically means it does a bunch of impulse, it has big AoE, and doesn't do a crazy amount of damage. But it's very good. And it's great because it's exactly what you want to use pounders for, is basically static defense, except as actual static defense. So it has all the benefits of like having a lot of range and having increased damage, you know, per metal cost. Now my favorite fight over here is the pawns run in and mostly get lasered to death by a bunch of grunts pawns. Grunts, incisors, and LLTs. LLLTs and LLTs. Incisors pushing in on this side as well. Yeah, the incisors are dangerous, but I'll tell you what, pawns have actually been quite effective at dealing with incisors as of late. We're gonna kill this radar tower there. There we go. Nice. With a decent surround and a basically 2-to-1 numbers, pawns can pretty effectively kill incisors, and actually more than effectively kill incisors. They can really effectively kill incisors. Pawns get a really nasty surround bonus just because of how many of them you can produce. It means that you can suddenly have this bizarre trade where infantry have a near perfect surround on your vehicles, and you end up losing a lot more in metal and vehicles because, well, per unit they're much more expensive. Dinosuchus says, OMG, it's Brightworks. Hi, it's your greatest fan. Howdy, good to see you, Dinosuchus. 1,000 bar bits to highlight the message. Glad to see you. Hope you're doing a good day. Doing a good day. Having a good day. There's the English right there. Pardon me, folks. It's early for me. Early this Saturday morning. Where are you tuning in from? I always love hearing from where people are watching from. That's one of my favorite things about Beyond All Reason, is literally just how insanely global this game is. And see, this is the thing. The Resbot is getting so much value out of reclaiming all these tanks and pawns that are going down right here. This is just such a good trade. Yeah, the pawns are happy to take this trade. As more and more of these go down, there's no way for this to be reclaimed from Blast Shield. Ooh, except for sending the commander in. That's scary. I wouldn't want to send my commander in here. More incisors coming in. I mean, this is just a bloody battle. This is just a face-to-face bloody battle between these two commanders. We have the Resbot available. I'd love to see this getting in there and start reclaiming. We do have a Resbot available here from the red commander. Gonna resurrect. Ooh. I don't like that at all, actually. I think reclaiming is probably the best move. Because this is still a hotly contested battle, I feel like reclaiming is the right idea here. Oh, we need to see some target firing. Oh, no target firing on the Resbot. Dang. Okay. Well, it's not the end of the world, but we do still have the bot lab up and running, so it's not like we can't also just go ahead and produce a couple more Resbots. Oh, repair. Oh, the repair on the LLT. No! Oh, we could have repaired it with the Resbot and kept it alive. Bummer. No micro right there from the red commander. Oh, Deegan's away. Oh, Neb taking so much damage right here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, incisors jump on top of him. Too much damage from the LLT, and boom goes the blue commander. Just a slight overstep. And Blast Shield takes the second game as well. Nicely done right there. Man, what a scrappy battle between those two commanders. If we take a look at the graphs right here. Wow, yeah, Neb was actually in the lead right there. Just lost the commander, but you know what? It is the ultimate win condition. You lose that commander, you lose the game. It's you gotta be so careful with it right there. I don't think Neb really, I don't think Neb realized that there was two LLTs that were actually firing at the same time. I think if Neb understood that there was two LLTs, there probably wouldn't have marched in like that, because otherwise, LLTs have a bonus against commanders. They do. I'm trying to remember what it is. They do bonus damage against commanders. Neb exclaiming in the chat a profanity. I won't repeat it here. But Neb clearly unhappy about the way that last battle went. I don't know what the exact damage bonus is against those. What is it? Against those commanders, but the LLTs do extra damage against commanders. Is, you know, just take my word for it. Trust but verify. You're more than welcome to go look it up, but I promise you they do extra damage, which is kind of cool because it means that LLTs actually have a chance of defending against commanders, but it also means you have to be super careful against them because you end up with a you end up walking into one LLT and suddenly your entire commander's HP bar is gone. 7 minutes and 55 seconds into a game on Istis Cracked means we're probably into medium tanks. That's my guess. It's my guess. Neb says I'm so mad.
Battle started.
Super speed commentating here. It looks like loads of aggression on the backside here as Chicken Dinner, winner Chicken Dinner of the DME clan is trying to push forward with the commander and expand, but is now having to clean up a gigantic force of pawns in the backline right here. Looks like, though, the numbers are in favor of the red commander, so eventually all of this will be cleaned up. Were those pawns or were those grunts? Guess I could zoom in and see. They were grunts. Ah, okay, so we've got core versus arm here. I am still shocked every time I see commanders picking core. It still feels like the wrong decision. Wind turbines. Ooh, chain reacting. Gets 2 of those wind turbines and, well, 3 of the wind turbines total, I guess. Okay, not the end of the world. It hurts, but not the end of the world. Chicken Dinner needs to get that mechs that he's standing on top of. Pawns, cleaning up the grunts all over the place. The constructor here to gain all those metal extractors as well. We do have a couple more constructors going around building LLTs and whatnot. Praetor. Okay, GG. Arm too strong. Well, I guess Praetor is defeated. The wind turbines and all the other damage, I guess, yeah. The poor Cortex commanders. They just don't have their spot today. They don't have their spot here. Incisors seem to be the weapon of choice. It seems like incisors really are the only option that core commanders have, because they're really the only ones that seem to have the strength and the durability and the speed to actually go toe to toe with the the pawns. The shoe really is on the other foot, as they say, because now the pawns out micro the grunts, or rather require less micro to beat the grunts. As you can see, Praetor says, I don't have enough APM to manage grunts. Yeah. The expansions are so important. Expanding very quickly is super, super important. Let's see. Let me ask what game number that was. That was game number 1. We'll stick around for game number 2. If there's game number 2, we'll try and catch the end of whatever Barcast and Grimplex are up to. Killing all the mechs is a great strategy. I would absolutely recommend it. If you can kill your enemies' mexes, do it. All right, these guys aren't answering me, so it must mean that was the last of their games here. Let's go to BCTV. They're also playing on Istis Crack. All right, not bad. 12 minutes and 55 seconds. My goodness, must be a brawl. Must be a brawl between these two.
Battle started.
Oh. Game is over. Game is over. All right. Barcast TV looks to have taken the win right there, and that probably means that we are done with this series. I'm going to guess that was the second match in this series here. That is pretty funny. There we go. And the bracket is complete. Let me go ahead and switch on over to that. We'll take a little tour of the bracket real quick before we move on to round number 3. Round 2 bracket is finalized. Looks like Barcast went 2-0. Mirrored also 2-0 against Victoria. Blast Shell 2-0 against Neb, and Rexel taking 2-0 against Busy Jack. And our 1-1 series was between Praetor and YOLO Chicken. Was Praetor? Yeah, Praetor went 1-1 on Neb earlier as well, so that means Praetor is losing it, slipping, sliding out of the grasp. But definitely not out yet. Getting 1 point is better than getting no points, so still in it to win it. As we move into round 3. Go ahead and adjust this so we can see... Ooh, what's going on here? There we go. So we can see our round 3 bracket. Looks like Barcast versus Raxel, Victoria versus Neb, Praetor versus Mirrored, YOLO Chicken and Grimplex, and Blast Jolt versus Busy Jack. We'll try and catch the Busy Jack versus Blast... maybe... Well, I don't know. There's a couple of commanders we haven't gotten a chance to look at, actually. And we'll check out that Victoria game. Let's see. Let's see who's playing. Let's see who's doing what. Give me just a second. Yep, looks like Victoria and Neb are ready to go. Alrighty, we'll switch on over to this game here. Where's my... There it is. Main scene. Ta-da! Alright. Victoria and Neb ready to battle it out. Excited to see what they've got on the field. 30 open skill for Victoria and 37 here for Neb. Definitely some experience under the belt right here between both of these commanders. We've got the Silvertail Chevrons versus the Contributor Chevrons, so... you know. Need a brief break. Okay, never mind. Let's see about Busy Jack. Another one of those names that I don't necessarily recognize. Busy Jack versus... Should be versus Blast Shield. Rexel will be going up against, unless I'm wrong. Oh, looks like Rexel should be going up against Barcast. Something's wrong here, I can feel it. I don't know what's going on. Barcast is waiting for Rexel, Rexel is waiting for Barcast. Oh, there we go. Looks like Busy Jack is going to... Oh, yeah. They're sorting themselves out. All right. Brief intermission here. Well, not really, but brief break for the commanders as they're getting ready. Looks like, let's see, Victoria, are we ready? Are we back from the water break? I've got my water right here. Sometimes I think about that, one interview with, I think was it Messi or Ronaldo? They're both AFK getting water. Wonderful. I think about that interview. It was Messi or Ronaldo. Ronaldo. I can't remember which one exactly, but I remember one of them was like put on a panel and there was a Coke set in front of them, and they like moved it away and put a water down, and then they just went agua, and like it like caused Coke stock to dip by like 8% or something like that. So sometimes I think about that and it just makes me so giddy. I'm just like, that is hilarious. All he had to say was agua. Oh man. Who's gonna start up their game first? It's I either want to watch this Busy Jet game or I want to watch this Victoria game. We'll see. Busy is just sitting in a lobby alone. Rexel and Barcast are going to be starting up their game very shortly here. Where is Blast? Blast Shield is... I don't know why this lobby's showing up. Blast Shield is not in game. All right. Well, I guess we're watching this one then. Barunda. I don't think Victoria's back yet. But yeah, another good opportunity to oh, there she is. Another good opportunity to point out that yeah, we will be having a, what is it called? We will be having a, we need a name for it. We will be having a Legion a hot Legion summer. Legion does napalm, right? I feel like that's fair. Yeah, hot Legion summer. Can we officially rebrand to hot Legion summer? Thank you. Thank you. Taking notes right now, jotting it down in my notebook. I hope all the admins are listening right now. Hot Legion Summer, let's make it a thing. Very excited for all of May when Legion will be enabled for every single one of the fight nights. I'm probably going to play in them personally, actually, because I really love Legion. I've definitely fallen in love with them. Basically, every Saturday we do a live stream and we play with the Legion faction enabled, so if you're looking for an opportunity to get a chance to play with Legion, I can only speak for myself, but the way that I run my lobbies is basically everybody rotates through. So you play a game and then you rotate into the spectator queue so that you have the join queue so that everybody gets a chance to play. That way you get to play with the fun settings that we play with, and of course that includes Legion, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. Are they already started? If Barcast and Rexo are already started, they're not. Whichever one of these two games starts first is the one I'm going to watch. Let's see. Are these guys still banning? It may be that they're still banning. This is going to be a very, very good series between these two. Archsimcats has been banned. Not sure if that's the first ban or the second ban, or the third ban, or the fourth ban. Yeah, they're not ready yet either. Feast of Hades is going to be our first map. I don't know if they banned I don't know if they banned the other one. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There might be... The only thing is... They might have the opportunity to play... What is it called? Paradise Lost. Oh, he picked Istis. Alright. Archsim Cats, Istis and Desolation. Oh, okay. That's pretty interesting. Oh. Well, would you look at that? That's exciting news. According to Neb, everyone who plays will get a hat. Play one game, forfeit. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I'm very excited for the Legion, the Hot Legion summer. It's gonna be awesome. Neb has the best flag. Yeah, it just says Neb. How do I hold on? I have to show it in the lobby. It just says Neb. Victoria is from the U.S., but Neb is from Neb. I love it. This weird little face he's got as well. I just realized it's the same size no matter how you zoom in. Wow, it's like the speed of light. There you go. There's your learning for the day. Look at that. Wow, that's really trippy. Okay. It's the same for Victoria, of course, for any of the name tags, but Victoria's going to be showing us what she's got here. 30 open skill and has definitely got some ground to prove. Not a name that we've seen in the 1v1 series for, well, not one that I've seen anyway. Not that I'm particularly watching the 1v1 series all the time, but I hope both players have fun, but Victoria has a bit more fun because she's winning. Settings, interface. No, not that. Game. No. Oh, what's this? Whoa. Expert mode. We'll go with advanced. I don't think we need expert mode. You ever just comb through the settings just to see what's on here? I like to sometimes. I'm looking for the way to turn off spectator chat. This is the
Battle
mascot, by the
started.
way. I had somebody ask me about this. Well, I got no idea. Alrighty, well, anyways. Neb gonna be spawning on the northeastern side here as an Armada commander going into the, wow, the triple mech start. That's, okay, yeah, we're going for a solar. I was gonna say, you're gonna run out of energy there, but we are gonna go into a solar panel. I guess when the wind speed is low, that is the ideal build order, because you have to build that solar panel anyways. You may as well get your mechs up a little bit quicker and pay off the extra resources it costs to go into that as well. I'm curious about this wind turbine placement. It's a little bit... I've noticed this about a lot of our commanders today. They're placing the wind turbines in very, I guess, just spread out positions. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, you're building it so that it doesn't explode if another one breaks up, and also so that units can get through and kind of weave their way between the base. It is interesting to see. Spawning on the southwestern side, also as an Armada commander, it's going to be our red commander, Victoria. Spawning in that good old-fashioned Armada red. Going to be, yeah, going for an aggressive early bot start here. Don't mind it at all, but with that wind speed up to 20, it makes a lot of sense to build wind turbines while you can. Do you buy the high or buy the dip? It's a personal strategy. The Legion of Summer. Whole bunch of constructors coming out here. One constructor up already. We've got a tick out on the field, and then we will have pawns coming out as well. Hopefully see that tick headed across the field pretty quickly here, and the pawns can go do some damage. Ticks are coming out now from the lab of Neb, who's gone for a slightly greedier build, going for a double constructor into a whole bunch of units. I think it makes a lot of sense, though, because that wind speed is so high, you can actually afford to pump out those constructors pretty quickly here. They only cost 1,000 or so energy, 1,600 energy, so a little more than 1,000, but they don't cost too much energy, especially in the early game when the wind speed is, well, up at 20. It's pretty easy to afford those. And you end up in this exact situation here where you can see all of a sudden we've got ourselves a ripping little start with tons and tons of pawns out to defend, and then of course we've got the constructors expanding in every direction. The metal economy is about to explode right here for the blue commander. It's going to be a little bit slower right now for the red commander. I can see the future. We know who's he watching. Yeah, if you're watching the games live, but also watching through the stream, you're going to be the voice from the stars, the Lisan Al-Gaib. Pawns moving into position to intercept the ticks. Nice control right there from Victoria. Doesn't move the ticks in and lose them needlessly. Trying to keep them alive to continuously do damage. Like I said before, the primary goal is to catch your opponent reacting to your movements, and then send your units around in a different direction. So like peeling off one or two of these ticks to go in the other direction while the pawns are moved out of position here. And there we go. Pawn stepped out for just a second, and now there's going to be a ton of them headed back towards the blue, well, expansion over here. One of them went into the blue base. Two of them actually went to the blue base. Oh, nice fight right here. Hey, that's actually a huge fight. All right, Victoria finding some serious value. Nicely done by the red commander. She manages to snipe the pawn and then almost the constructor. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, barely gets the constructor, but the constructor does go down. Nicely done. Looks like the ticks were cleaned up for the most part over here. Pawn cleaning the rest of those up. Wow, metal extractor goes down too. That pawn was not supposed to get that much value. All right. Dead metal extractor, dead constructor, dead radar tower, dead pawn, and another dead metal extractor. 2 dead metal extractors in total. That is immense value right there for a single pawn. Victoria's got to be chuffed with the way that that early game has gone. Now the difference in the expansions has been made up. Yeah, Victoria going slow and steady with the expansion pattern here, but has definitely made up the difference by doing a ton of damage on the other side of the map, not necessarily slacking on the macro either. Very good to see. I'm thrilled about it. Ooh. Tick did not manage to find the value it was hoping for. Single tick over here on the bottom line as well, causing problems. But I like that we're guarding these metal extractors and the expansions here. No reason really to keep these unguarded. Or no reason rather to keep them guarded while you're not expanding to them. But then once the LLT comes up, once you're set, then you can go ahead and start expanding to the next one. You move your units around. It all works out quite nicely, I think anyways. Pawns went from weak to OP. It's true. It's true. Pawns were virtually never seen in the 1v1 scene. And now they definitely seem to be in charge. Very large and very in charge. Even using the guard feature. Love it. I love it. You can also do this to change the hold position to, I forget what the middle one is called, but you can also add it to roam. That means that when a unit gets close enough, the pawn will actually take off after them, which is kind of cool. Very useful for setting patrols if you want them to chase down enemy units and try and kill them. Can also mean that your units will wildly run out of position. Oh yeah, spectator chat. Hide spectator chat. There we go. And now we shouldn't see any more spectators. Lovely stuff. I always forget you can search for settings in there. Alright. Massive metal advantage here for Neb. Does Neb know that he has a massive metal advantage is the other question, though. And the answer is probably no. It's not really obvious how much metal you have versus your opponent, because without proper scouting, there's no way to know that this has been a slower expansion here for Victoria, who's been, well, obviously expanding on 1 constructor rather than 2, whereas Neb has already got 2 constructors out and basically finished expanding into this backline, and will be building a bunch more wind turbines as well. Very securely stabilizing that energy economy later into this game. Now it's a matter of pumping out 1 billion units, as many as we can at the very least. Trying to get as many of them up and running as possible. We do have constructors continuing to expand. And as these mechs come up and running, the metal income is going to soar here for the blue commander. I don't think that worked. I don't think that worked at all, because I could still see... There we go. There we go. Now we should be uninterrupted by the all chat. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Now you know how to configure your settings if you need to. That search feature is super useful. I always forget about that, but it is really, really useful. I like the use of the resbot here. Maybe resurrecting would have been the right move, though. That wasn't really a contested zone, so it might have been better. Oh, this is huge. Oh, no. Neb way out of position right now. These pawns are in for the steal of their life. 3 mechs is about to go down. There they go. Pawns continuing into the backline as well. It's going to be 11 seconds before this LLT comes up and running. Oh, it's going to be close, but I don't think there's enough time. Oh, pawn on the high ground. Hey, nice split right there from Victoria as well. Splits off using the pawn to kill the high ground here. Pawns run into the backline here. LLT does come up and running, but I think it'll get killed. Constructors go down as well. Oh, man, what a killer run by. We've stopped trying to deal with this as Victoria is pushed on the front line as well. Man, Victoria's just everywhere with the pawns. This is awesome. Beautiful engagements across the field. You can see Neb is totally taxed as far as APM goes because he's not reacting to these engagements like probably he should. Yeah, more and more pawns. Finally, the pawns get cleaned up in the backline here, but these pawns continue to run in as well. Oh, I'd like to see these moved around. Victoria also having a little bit of an APM stall, watching the units on the southern side get closer to the base. Obviously, it gets a little stressful. You start to see those units move forward, and it's a little bit stressful microing your own, but if we have a little bit of a splitty, one of these should be able to kill. Oh, no. Staring at that metal extractor intently. This is where Victoria is looking, though, not paying attention to the pawns on the other side of the map here. Eventually, this is cleaned up, though. She's not going to notice, is she? Oh, this hurts. Still crazy amount of damage. Victoria pulls well into the lead here with the 29, well, and dropping as more reclaim goes out, but a gigantic metal production advantage here. Oh, finally she notices right in time for defensive pawns to take action as well. Okay. Hey, you know what? Still got the metal extractors. I'll say it's probably worth it. Constructor to rebuild is sent out almost immediately, and now, yeah, Neb is clawing back into this game, but the Resbots are going to be patching up the army on this side of the map. We do have defensive forces here. Constructors moving out all over the place as well. This is very nice. This is greedy, this is risky, but it's what Neb has to do in order to come back into this game, because obviously, with all those mexes that went down right there, rebuilding them is going to take a minute, and, well, it's a luxury you just don't have for very long. Loads of E-storages have been queued up here now. We're at 32,000 energy storage, and we have more build power coming up every single second as well. You start to get to the point where you might even be able to pivot into T2 after saving up metal for a little bit. We've got more than enough energy stored up to go into T2 comfortably. If you wait for a moment when the energy is quite high, you can also consider aggressing because you know that those resbots aren't going to be out. But it looks like Victoria is mostly interested in going into vehicles. Okay. 13,000 metal on the field, going to be going into vehicles. I just feel like you could afford a T2 transition on this map. There's so much metal on this map that it feels like it's one of the few that you might be able to afford a very sneaky, a very cheeky-beaky style. Yeah, a very sneaky T2 metal or T2, what is it called? Laboratory. Fabricator. Printer platform. Air lab coming up here. That says to me that Neb is feeling a little desperate. Still has a metal advantage and an energy advantage after recovering from all that, but certainly closed the gaps a little bit, so I can understand the hesitation. Victoria also handling these fights really extremely well. I would love to see these units moving northward here. Yeah, they will. Cool stuff. Units gonna head northward. They're gonna discover these metal extractors, which is nice, because obviously denying these is super easy. This was, like I said, it's super risky. Like, this was never really supposed to be claimed by the Blue Commander. It just happened to be that there was a constructor there and there wasn't red units, so it was convenient for them to be dealt with. What a beautiful spread of units right here on the southern side, though. And now we have those medium tanks rolling out. Excuse me, rolling out. Medium tanks are obviously going to trade well against the pawns. Bombers on the field. Okay. Are we going to use these defensively? Is that what I'm seeing here? How are you still talking to me? Yeah, the army value is gigantic. I think in large part that's been because of the resbots here. We did put together some anti-air, so at the very least these bombers are going to start getting shot down immediately. Some of the build power goes down, but those bombers pay a heavy HP cost for it. Bombers can obviously snipe the metal extractors too, though. Just going around bombing the metal extractors is always viable. Taking those out is pretty easy with the bombers. If you just center target them, most of the time you're going to do it. You would need to turn off as player only sub option for spectator chat. I literally did. Do I have to restart my game for this? Is that what you're telling me? I don't even know. I don't even know. It's bugging me though, it really is. Gunships are in the air. I don't know about the gunships. I mean, if you're going for a comm snipe, that makes sense, but anti-air has already been built because of the bombers. Now we're going to have anti-air trucks headed forward, meaning that those gunships are going to have a harder and harder time finding value. I wonder what the... Yeah, I mean, it really feels like T2 is the way to go here. There's definitely more than enough metal that we can afford a T2 transition at this point, and it's one of the few things that on the ground is going to be efficient enough to bring back both the economy as well as the... what is it? It's gonna bring back the economy as well as the unit, I don't know, power. The unit, the map control using the units. Yeah, those missile trucks are enough to thwart the Banshee gunships. Resbots are quite nice though. Neb does have a decent squad of resbots picking up a whole bunch of units, trying to resurrect them and send them to the front lines, trying to keep them in the game. Going for a bunch of build power. That looks like a T2 transition to me. Yeah, I have a feeling this is where Neb starts to transition into T2, is using all the build power right here. Going for 4 or 5 construction towers all at once. Trying to get a decent trade here with these pawns. You have to be so careful, though. At this point, any one of these pawns you lose could be dangerous. A couple of medium tanks moving their way across the map. I'd love to see that. There's loads of exposed metal extractors all here. Neb forced to take some inefficient movements just because of the... early trades. Sorry, I'm reading the chat. I really badly want to turn this off. Interface first page. Alright, hold on. I know this is super annoying to watch. I'm so sorry. Interface 23rd of the way down. We're missing such a gigantic battle. I'm so sorry. Pawns have pushed forward very aggressively here. Why are these not moving forward and reclaiming? This is a T2 lab. So many commanders are so afraid of going for that T2 transition, and I feel like this is exactly the point where you want to go for it. If you just spread out these resbots, typically what you want to do is right-click and drag them around so that they're all spread out evenly. That way they all reclaim from different parts of the battlefield. They're not all reclaiming. They're not constantly moving around, right? Does that make sense? You want to spread out that build power across the whole reclaim field. All that being said, this has been a fabulous reclaim, and Neb does find the opportunity to send a huge force forward to counterattack. Loads of units are going to be pushing forward, and Victoria got a little greedy too and started expanding with naked expansions. Now there's tons of pawns moving forward. Looks like this will finally be cleaned up, this little push of medium tanks over here. They found their value, and they will eventually be shut down. Okay. A stellar bit of counterattack right here from Neb. Manages to find well and into the backline. Tons and tons of damage right here. Completely forcing Victoria onto the back foot. Okay, no T2 transition needed. We've got a queue right here for more and more constructors so that the build power is just constantly scaling. It leaves you in a bit of a weird situation where now you have 30 constructors, but they are always useful. You can send them out on the map, build static defenses, clean up bases, whatever it may be. Victoria herself probably wishing she had 100 constructors right now to go send out to rebuild all the metal extractors. We do have a couple of constructors sitting idly around, but now the pawns have found the wind turbines. Oh, and Victoria's been overrun. The one flaw of the medium tanks is they're not nearly as mobile as the pawns, so you have to be so careful about moving them around because suddenly you can find yourself without really any way of dealing with any of this. There is one shot and one opportunity right now for Victoria, and it's to go kill the commander. She knows it. She smells it. Blood is in the water. Victoria's got a brutal ball of medium tanks here, though. This could be dangerous. This can still be super, super dangerous. We've got Centurion coming up. Okay. I can't believe it. I can't believe we've got Centurion coming up before T2. The medium tanks need to just go. They need to go find the commander. I don't think we know where the commander is. Yeah, there's no radar or anything like that, so these are just kind of moving blindly across the map. Yeah, Victoria's lost too much. Energy, metal, both current production rate and total production have both gone in favor now of... steadily in favor of Neb. The swarm of units coming out right here. I mean, don't get me wrong, these tanks could also find tons of value moving around the map right here. It's just that these swarms of pawns, so we got 33 pawns and a tick all moving forward right now. They're going to do a ton of damage, killing more and more metal extractors. We're not rebuilding the mexes on either side right here. You can see the APM slipping out of control. You can definitely see the APM slipping out of control. Hide spectator chat should be enabled. Oh, because it's... Haha. I hate when they do that. Don't make it a negative. Make it show spectator chat. It's so much more intuitive. Anyway. Any cahoodle. I don't even know why that was disabled. I've not had spectator chat enabled for, like, months. Months and months of time. Victoria's still sticking in this. Army value is still gigantic. Again, 58% army value is huge. I just can't fathom why we haven't decided to go into T2 yet. Rosbot's resurrecting whenever they can. This constructor down here that's just been staring at the empty metal extractor slots has been bugging me for a while. Victoria going to try and move around to potentially grab some more mexes. We need to get these mexes back up and running. The longer this game goes on, the more and more that advantage slips away. As you can see, the total metal production is a 25% advantage. As more of these units skirmish and brawl, battle, and duke it out, it's going to look worse and worse. Constructors somehow getting separated from the pawns. I don't know how that happened, but medium tanks are going to eat those up. Not bad. Another big push, though. Why are we pulling off the gas? We're hitting the brakes here, mere steps away from the main laboratories right now of the Blue Commander, who I like that Neb has reorganized his production facilities, by the way. Reorganized them into 2 laboratories right next to each other rather than the sort of like whatever staggered thing they had going on earlier. We have loads of constructors here. I'd love to see more beamer turrets or lightning turrets as well. At this point, you can sort of afford them. And here's the thing is that the medium tanks are genuinely bad against pawns. Because of their, you know, their plasma, essentially, it means they're very inaccurate. The best defense is a bunch of E-converters. And build power falling as well. Defensive maces have been spammed out right here by the Blue Commander. T2 lab finally starts up. Medium tanks have continued pushing around right here on the left, on the right-hand side as well. I like what these medium tanks are doing. We're definitely on the right path here. I'm shocked to see that we went for a T2 lab off of just, well, no metal, basically. Medium tanks struggling to find their target here. Oh no. Oh, Neb. Neb is paying attention, thank goodness. Medium tanks. Oh no. Going in for a little bit of a surround here. Neb is suddenly pinched between 2 medium tanks. Has the energy to cloak and will manage to land some D-guns right here. Okay. Phew. That was close. I know Neb would have been kicking himself brutally for the next couple of days if that was the way that this match ended up going. Victoria finds the commander but realizes she just doesn't quite have the energy or the units to push forward for the win. With loads of maces being spammed out, it's a full-blown T1 victory right there for Neb. Oh my goodness, that was a pretty close one. Watching those tanks find Neb and nearly get a perfect surround on him had me clenched a little bit, I won't lie. Yeah, you can see the difference though as those commanders. Neb, despite the run-bys, got those mexes back up and running. And you can see Victoria just didn't. Almost brought it back, almost got it dead even, but those mechs is, you know, the efficiency, or the, not the efficiency, but rather the effectiveness dropped off pretty quickly as, almost immediately that metal income started to go away. The air swap was scary. I don't think the air swap got nearly as much value as Nib was hoping for. That was right after a series of brutal run-bys, and so it seemed to me like a little bit of a desperation play. Ended up working out, though. Very close game between those two. Also, tremendous credit to Victoria for sticking through that far into that game. Most commanders would have thrown in the towel at that point. Like, after the first big run-by, would have given up almost immediately. The mental resolve not to go into T2 when you see a big field of metal lying on the floor, though, is impressive. You can tell that obviously I would have gone into T2 much sooner had I been handed 3,000 metal on the field. I think I was just talking about that earlier today, about how you need an influx of anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 metal in order to comfortably make your transition into T2. With 3,000 metal on the field ripe for the reclamation, I think, you know, less fortuitous minds like myself would definitely have gone for it. No, it totally works. It definitely works. I didn't have it toggled correctly. The setting is hide spectator chat, but I thought it was, I was reading it as like spectator chat enabled. I was reading it as if it had said show spectator chat, so I disabled it. But that wasn't actually how it works. Haha. Would you look at that? Looks like they're taking a little bit of a pause before their next game. I might just sneak on over to this game right here. 26 minutes, my goodness. What on earth are we doing in this game? There had better be some T3 on the field. If there's no T2 on the field or T3 on the field, I'm gonna be stunned. Shocked and stunned. It is rare we get a 26-minute 1v1. Let's take a nice high arc perspective and see what we can find here. Early game aggression doesn't seem to have achieved all too much. Nice deflections right there from Rexel. Not much aggression coming out from Rexel, it looks like, as a whole bunch of incisors have been pushed out from Barcast. Shuriken cleaning up the majority of it here. Nicely done. Looking, I mean, basically like an exact mirror. Oh, yep, there's T2 lightning tanks. All right, we're 16 minutes into the game at this point in the replay. Lightning tanks getting repelled nicely by the T2 tigers here. Those tigers are bulls. Are we looking at arm or core? We're looking at core. Those are tiger tanks. Both teams defending their very valuable T2 metal extractors and trying to find some value with those T2 heavy tanks. Marauder now out on the field. Very nice. Bulls against tigers is in favor of the bulls. They're quite a bit more expensive. Basically 300 extra metal. Marauder are a very good option though for Armada because, well, Armada are Marauder rather are basically the same cost as a bull, but quite a bit more mobile and do about the same amount of damage. I think they do a little bit less per projectile, but they fire a little quicker, so it's about the same. Nice. GG, cries Rexel, despite getting the T3 laboratory up and running. Throws in the GG towels. Yeah, just too much stuff comes out from Barcast. Barcast has been making this fusion scaling look really good. Has been making Cortex in general look really good, actually. I think we'll just stick here and we'll watch the second game between these two. What a battle. What a back and forth battle. 28-minute long 1v1 is pretty brutal. Oh, we're playing Tundra too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we gotta watch this one. Sorry, Neb. Gotta change stances here. Oh, it's Tundra. Oh, never mind. It's the other Tundra. Well, I'm much less enthused about this game all of a sudden. It's still gonna be a great one, but I'm a little bit less enthused. I can't lie. Normally I try not to hop between different series. But I can't lie, I've been intrigued about this series from the get-go. Alrighty. Making our way into Tundra. Typically the two spawn options are right here, where we see Barcast looking, or over here. The rare cheeky commander might spawn over on this side as well. It does make it very easy to defend, right? You only sort of have like one lane to push forward to defend here, and then you can also sweep. You basically expand out in this direction, so that's sort of your goal. Makes it very easy to play, but also means you can, again, only expand in one direction, so it's a little bit slower than, for instance, when you spawn here, and then you expand out in this direction, and then you also expand out in this direction, and then you just try and defend across this front line. Either way, it's not the end of the world, no matter where you spawn. Like, all those spawns are perfectly viable. It just depends on the kind of commander and the type of army and unit composition that you want to play. Obviously, the vehicles are a little bit better on the middle ground, so typically commanders that spawn there will tend to go into vehicles, either off the bat or eventually. Barcast not placing. Is there a... Are we waiting? Are we waiting a moment? Or has Barcast not loaded in? Oh, there we go. Okay. Nothing crazy going on. It's true. T2 is very hard to commit to. It's like I said before all the games today. It's about a 3,000 metal advantage, or a 3,000 metal investment, which is 3,000 metal that you don't have on the field. So that's basically an entire army is 3,000 metal. So you have to be comfortable enough on with your map control to go into 3,000 metal worth of units. It is crazy expensive. Lightning turrets are pretty good in the pawn meta. Mirrored Stance, Heavy Water 00 said, yeah, they're pretty good in the pawn meta, referring to the lightning turrets. Something I hadn't really considered, but yeah, you know what? Armada does kind of have the best pawn defense as well as the pawns. And it's in the form of the lightning turret. It's the pop-up turret for the Armada faction, the lightning turret. I believe it is a 2-shot to a pawn, so from full health, it kills a pawn in 2 hits. Which is pretty good. Pretty good. That's, very effective. And then also it has the chain lightning. So any of the pawns that it chains lightning to, it will kill those in 1 hit afterwards, right? Because it hits one, brings it down to low health, but also scratches off a little bit of health from the pawns around it. Means that after it fires again at the other one, then it's going to be weak enough to kill it in 1 hit. So it does really nicely against the pawns. Early constructor right here from Rexel, who's going into Armada. Looks like Barcast is going to go into a early Grave Robber. Okay. Grave Robber quite nice for the energy bonus. Going to help stimulate that energy economy quite nicely here. You need, what is it total? 1,400 energy in order to pay for one of those Grave Robbers, so you need quite a bit. But once you have it up and running, it can basically spike your energy economy quite nicely. It's 50 to 100 energy, depending on the map. Grave Robbers, well, Resbots in general, reclaim a little bit differently. Looks like today it's going to be about 50. Not bad. A 50 energy boost to the economy, though. You can see, just how much work that actually does. All of a sudden, you go from a deficit to a benefit. Grunts coming out, being microed around as defensive tools right here. Going to be used as little micro LLTs. Trying to keep track on all the different pawns and ticks running around the base. It is one of the most powerful tools is exploiting your opponent's APM. If you manage to find a way to get your opponent to spend their APM doing something they shouldn't, defending an area that they shouldn't, or using their units in an inefficient way, it's going to be the most effective way of damaging your opponent in the early game. Armada is the faction of misdirection. As Rexel goes for a early commander expand off to the left is kind of interesting. Goes for the commander expand, but then comes back to the laboratory over here. Back to the lab again. Oh, there goes Radigan. Nice. Mex goes down. With the increased price of the ticks, a little bit less efficient to trade ticks for mexes, but still efficient enough that it's worth it, of course. The biggest benefit being the downed metal extractor time, but the resbot is available, and it will patch that back up. And eventually, we're going to get back to mining that metal. So, ultimately speaking here, I mean... Actually, yeah, an inefficient trade. It's rare that ticks don't take an efficient trade against metal extractors, but that was actually an inefficient trade. There wasn't enough time to, yeah, to be worth how long that metal extractor was down. So that actually ends up being a decent trade right there for the blue commander. So weird. So weird, the math behind that, but it does work. It does add up eventually. Rexel, not a believer in the wind turbines, apparently. Going to be going into pure solar panel here. I mean, not 100% pure. We've got a couple of wind turbines, but when that wind is low, it is so difficult to convince yourself to invest in those wind turbines. And then as soon as you build the wind turbines, the wind speed goes low again. Yeah. Grunts are moving forward. Barcast looking for an opportunity, an opening here, to slip a couple of units past the defenses and try and get a decent enough trade. Harder and harder to find those trades, though. Gets the metal extractor on the northern side, not bad. Does lose a couple of grunts for it, though. Still, without a constructor to replace all this, it does mean that this area is going to be mining about 2 metal per second less. Made up for largely, though, by this expansion over on this side. This is a really nice expansion to take, too, because if you put a really aggressively placed line of LLTs over here, they can sort of shut down raiding on this side of the map really easily. There's some killer choke points, like, for instance, you can put LLTs over here, and then you can put LLTs over here, and that gets you another 3 metal extractors. And then, of course, you can just put LLTs kind of across diagonally like this, and then that also gets you these 3 metal extractors here, these 3. There is also these 3.6 metal extractors. Worth rushing out there and trying to grab those. Oftentimes, those metal extractors can be the difference between winning or losing that mid-game, is just by having the extra metal production that does come with those. We have a couple of grunts moving forward. Hey, nice micro right there from the red. Constructor will be pulled backwards here so that, yeah, it doesn't get killed by these oncoming grunts. They'll kill the metal extractor, but way more efficient to lose the mechs and keep the con than lose the con and keep the mechs. In the long term, anyways. I gotta give it to Barcast, though. Microing these grunts, making them look as good as they used to be. It is so difficult. I assure you, if you go into a game and you try this, you're gonna get smoked by these pawns. It is incredibly difficult to do this against pawns nowadays. Microing them really efficiently like this. Okay, well, micro does run out eventually here. Did I see Rocketeers running out of the laboratory? No. For some reason I thought I saw a Rocketeer. It's just pure pawn from Raxel. Going to be, or Raxel, going to be going for more and more aggression on the map here, trying to find every opportunity possible. But man, I can't help but feel like this expansion is just a little too slow. Barcast has already expanded outwards to both sides of this base right here, and is now going to start expanding on the right-hand side as well, building those LLTs. The weird thing is that units can traverse all of these hills. I'll turn on the trippy traversal mode. You can see the light areas are areas where pawns and grunts and, well, basically bots can traverse up these hillsides. So this pink area is area they can't step, and anything that's not pink they can walk on. So you can see there's like, yeah, I don't know, there's like slopes here where they're able to walk. I'll turn that off. It's a little nauseating, actually. I don't know why, but that exact shade of purple makes me a little bit sick. Economically speaking, Barcast is in the lead. 50% advantage for the blue commander. Yep, we're just going to pork up right here. I'd like to see this a little further, actually. There's no reason not to pork under this metal extractor here. Other than the fact that it's just a little further, and, you know, building those out there without LLT support to already cover them is difficult, but I would like to see it. Of course, Cortex has the luxury here. They're going for their armed metal extractors, which serve as both their own defense and their own offense, their own... Well, they're just defense. Their defense and their economy, I guess, is what they serve as. Nice surround right here on a whole bunch of pawns, but then the pawns flip it around and get a decent surround on the grunts. Ultimately, basically an even trade in the midsection of the map. And both of these commanders looking for opportunities. Ooh, this might be the biggest one we've seen so far. Will we split the pawn off to go kill this other metal extractor? We might not. Okay. Not the end of the world as the pawns do slip through. There we go. We will kill that mech right now, which is quite nice. Pawns pulled away for the defense. Pawns and grunts pulled away for the defense, and now these ones managed to slip into the back line. Oh, that's a nice pick right there. Radar goes down, and that denies a bunch of the vision, makes the next raid a little bit easier. All of a sudden, you can slip a couple extra units in because the radar doesn't see them. Constructor almost going down over here, but the hero exploiter does stay up and running, and so it will manage to protect that con as it goes forward and grabs a double exploiter mechs over here, which is a little bit odd. I've seen that a couple of times, and I'm wondering if it's a misclick or if these commanders actually intend to build double exploiters, because they are quite tanky. They're actually really, really nice for doing that sort of early tanking against some of the earlier units, like incisors and grunts, pawns, that sort of thing. Con super low. These spread out too much. They didn't get the constructor. 15% HP left on that constructor, but it will survive. Going to go ahead and expand once more. Meanwhile, this right-hand side has been largely shut down by a bunch of pawns as well, so that's good aggression right here. The metal income advantage does now go to the red commander, as these mexes in the midsection have been destroyed and are now finally being rebuilt. Resbots pick those up and even things out. 27 to 27 as far as the metal income goes, as clean and even as it comes. Very, very evenly matched game right here. We have some fighters in the air now for the blue commander. Must be sniffing out an air transition or something. Very curious to see. At this point, I wouldn't even mind seeing some E-converters. Because the metal extractors have been so hotly contested this game, I feel like E-converters could honestly be worth it. Yeah, both these commanders accessing energy. Oh, another big run by. We keep leaving this lane wide open, and now this is a really efficient trade right here. Oh, man. Where are the Shuriken? Shuriken are kind of the only thing I can imagine might stop this fast enough that it's actually worth it. There we go. Shuriken getting involved, trying to shut down as much of this as possible. Defensive pincer maneuver here will manage to blast away most of this. Every one of these the Shuriken paralyzes helps. Okay. The defense is solid. The Resbots, one of them still lives. Shuriken, trying to paralyze more of these pawns over here. Okay. Losing that front line hurts. Not as bad as if it had hit the base, though. So I will say the defense is well put together. Ooh, bombers coming across. Uh-oh. Barcast does have fighters. The fighters are on the front line, though. They're sending scouts forward to have a look into the base right here of the red commander. There are fighters available as well, so they're going to shoot down that scouting plane quite nicely. Bombers are coming in from the right-hand side. I would like to see these microed even a little bit further than this, so they come in and then they come a little bit closer before bombing. That or trying to bomb these metal extractors before that. Drop a payload here and then try and drop a bombing payload in the main base. Alright, bombers are shown. Bombers are shown. Fighter production starts up immediately. Oh, fighters come across the map. Hey, nice defensive fighters right here. Oh, beautiful bombing run does connect. No anti-air available right now from the blue commander. We have the fighters in the air, but the defensive fighters, well, I guess the offensive fighters right here from the red commander. Oh, man, what a killer bombing run. The wind turbines are all going to pop at this moment. Oh, that's huge. That's a huge speck of damage right there for the red commander. Manages to actually take out those wind turbines quite nicely. That's about as good of a bombing run as you could hope for. What's going on here? Medium tank firing at the ground near the laboratory, scaring that lab into producing more units. That is a solid hit right there. Wind economy now solidly in the hands here of the Red Commander. Look at that. Over 100% energy production advantage right there. It's slowly coming back up to speed as more and more of these wind turbines are rebuilt. But that was a beautiful hit to the economy right there. Pawn's also taking a fabulous trade against these incisors. It could be a little better. You kind of want to micro these in a perfect fan and then move them forward here, but not the end of the world. We just need more production. Yeah, the Red Commander actually stalling on build power here is kind of funny. T1 Air Lab now antiquated. Not sure if we're going to be going into... Well, those fighters are still useful for killing the Shuriken, of course, and then using the gunships defensively is always an option as well. Resbots, those little chicken-legged resbots, making their way towards this wreckage field. 1,500 metal. Is it enough to go for T2? I know I sound like a broken record talking about T2 so often. You've got to understand, it's so good. Really for the metal extractors, if nothing else. Even just rushing on a T2 laboratory just to build a T2 con and then selling the laboratory. Yeah, look at that. We are going to do it. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, so the Red Commander's going to rush that T2 laboratory. With the metal or energy production as high as it is, and enough E-store, well, single E-store, but that's really all it takes. We're going to get that T2 up and running. And we can even afford the T2 con because, of course, these Resbots have just had their fill. Their absolute engorgement of metal. There's now plenty to go around. We're going for a lightning tank first. Okay. I feel like while you have the extra metal, you should probably go for the T2 con first. Obviously, easy to judge from on high here in the spectator booth, but huh. Is this good? I mean, that's the thing, is the lightning tanks are also quite good for dealing with like defense too. So yeah, there are medium tanks coming across, so I guess this is the right idea. Constructor needs to be pulled back here. I've got thumb well rested on my chin in full thinker's pose as I analyze this game. This has suddenly gotten interesting. Our first game of the day, I do believe that we've actually gotten to watch T2 happen. There are a couple of games with T2. Longer games. Barcast's other games had T2, but we didn't actually watch them. Okay. Well, two important things just happened there. First of all, the lightning tanks showcase just how dangerous they can be against those medium tanks, basically winning the fight wholesale. The other thing is that now Barcast understands that T2 is on the field. The time is nigh for T2. There really isn't another opportunity. This is Citizen's Arrest versus the Exploiter going on over here. Exploiter very powerful, though it will eventually laser down that constructor, which is quite nice. Yeah, medium tank's doing a great job, actually. Lightning tanks, however, also doing a great job. Gotta pull back now. Uh-oh. Oh, you don't want to lose them. These first lightning tanks are so valuable. Ah, that's a bummer to lose those. Resbots are now going to eat up 1,500 metal here as well. Did we ever get that T2 con out? We did not. Oh my goodness. Raxel is making all the right moves the wrong way. From this humble commentator's perspective, these lightning tanks aren't really anywhere as good as if we had just gone for a single T1, a single T2 constructor to upgrade the mexes and then gone back into a T1 lab and just continued spamming out pawns. If you like pawns, wouldn't you like 4 times as many pawns? I would. That would be my goal. Resbot's cleaning this up. Nice, though, that the Red Commander did manage to reclaim a little bit more of this here. Yeah, lightning tanks on this side are brutal. Barcast caught a little off guard here. Didn't expect the T2 transition. Gonna go for T2 of his own, as well as a fusion reactor. Fusion's quite expensive, obviously, but if you can get them up and running, they can stimulate that economy quite nicely, that energy economy. So difficult to maintain. Lightning tanks looking for their value. When traveling parallel to the medium tanks, they tend to work really nicely because, of course, they the medium tanks miss a bunch of their plasma shots, so they work really well, and the Jaguars have quite a lot of movement speed, so they work really nicely in that sense. This run-by path has been exploited over and over and over again. Barcast needs to position more units in this area. Be a little bit more careful about that. Lightning guns, very, very useful. Very dangerous. Tigers now rolling out on the field. Tigers are sort of the Cortex answer to the Bull/Jaguar. Rather than one tank that's very heavy and does a bunch of damage and is very expensive, and one tank that's very light, does a bunch of damage, and is very cheap, Cortex said, we'll meet you right in the middle, and we'll just make a tank that's medium expensive, medium damage, medium speed. It just kind of does it all. It's a jack of all trades. I did see a chat in the chat. It's a little bit older, but it says, "Hi, I'm new. What do you get from collecting trees?" Don't know if anybody answered, but basically, you get a bunch of energy. Those trees are converted from biomatter into fuel and used to, fuel the economy of, well, these teams here. T2 mexes are finally coming up and running, and so we are going to start heading into that proper T2 mid to late game. Bull tanks now rolling out, and these are so expensive. But honestly, not as expensive as it might seem. With the T2 metal extractors up and running, the bulls are actually relatively affordable. Like, there's not a... You also don't have another option. If you want a heavy tank, you gotta go for the bull. Oh, the bull has been... Oh no, it is still 950. I covered part of it, so I thought it said 850 there. Yeah, 950 metal is crazy. They're super, super expensive, but for what it's worth, you get AoE, high firepower, high HP, medium movement speed. They're not necessarily the fastest things in the book, but they move fast enough. Man, the res reclaim has been so on par here for Barcast, though. That early bombing run hurt a lot, taking out those wind turbines, but it never felt like it was really truly capitalized on, so now we find ourselves in this situation where it doesn't really feel like it's even an issue at all. Now that the fusion reactor is up and running, we've got a couple of those E-converters too as well. I love to see it. It's easy to underestimate the value of 2 or 3 E-converters, but remember, that's 1 metal per second per E-converter. And it's better to, I mean, any amount of energy that you convert is better than energy that just gets wasted, right? So it's very efficient. Seems to me, though, that that Barcast is just kind of trading out these T1 units, ready to start stepping into T2 across the field here. I think we have a T2 con roaming around, building T2 mexes somewhere. Yeah, there we go. We got a pair of them. Ready to build a bajillion metal extractors all over the place, trying to upgrade all these to T2. We've got resbots patching everything up, and we've got loads of mexes down over here on this side. We did have a hero T1 mex surviving with 4% HP, but definitely a lull in the game. Both of these commanders kind of trying to find their footing in T2 here. You go through these waves of production where suddenly, you know, you have hundreds and hundreds of units because you're on T1 with T2 economy, and then you go back to T2 economy. Or rather, you go to T2 units on T2 economy, and suddenly you're back to just a few units. And then it continues scaling upwards, and you're back to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of units again. Likewise to the medium tanks pushing forward over here. It looks like we're trying to send pawns and jaguars forward to just do as much damage as they can. These T1 units not necessarily going to be worth all too much anymore. This exploiter probably getting way more value than it thought it was going to. Bulls using that extreme sustainability to push forward very aggressively here. This is fabulous, though. Lightning turrets getting into the backline. We do have a heavy tank here to try and clean some of this up, and it will do a decent job. Those Tigers do, per plasma blast, about the same damage as a medium tank, except, of course, they have twin cannons and can fire basically twice as fast. So they do a lot more damage overall. It just doesn't look like it per shot. The bulls are nice, though. The bulls are so nice. I love watching them fire into the distance like that. They kind of, I don't know, they remind me of, they're like a micro Tsar. They're a miniaturized Tsar platform. We do have a fusion reactor up and running here for the Red Commander as well, who's now going into those Bull tanks wholesale, as well as a bunch of pawns to reinforce everything. And that is the nice thing about bulls, is that they're so tanky, it's very easy to keep them alive. You just have to pull them back before they get super low, and then they're not hard to keep living. T2 Max is coming up here. We're at 140 metal production per second, which is, by the way, definitely more than enough to go even into T3. That is an even bigger gambit, though. You definitely need a lot of... You need to be very confident in your frontline army before you go into T3. You have to have, like, Banishers, Tigers... Enough T2 on the front lines that you really don't have to worry about any of the options. Or you could just be a madman, throw all your money into it, and risk it for the biscuit. That's what I'd do. But I'm definitely not 50 open skill in 1v1 games, so take it with a grain of salt. As we have some pit bulls coming up over here. Cool to see. Pit bull turret's very effective at dealing with these medium to heavy tanks. Let's see, they do it very decent, very modest, very reasonable amount of damage. They're quite effective at shutting down these tanks when they can see these tanks. There we go. Pitbull's doing a great job of cleaning this up. The T2 Constructor does go down, though. That's a great snipe right there for the Blue Commander. Shutting down that T2 Con means that no more of these mexes are going to come up, at least not for the time being. Not until we get a Resbot up and running. Big old battle over here. Oh, nice play with the pawns running forward as well. So the pawns obviously activate the flanking bonus right here, which means that the bulls are going to do even more damage. Also providing a lot of scouting as well, which is really important. Yeah, I like that quite a lot. Pawn's not really doing too much damage, but yeah, definitely making this trade even more efficient right here for the Red Commander. Those bulls already trade efficiently against Tigers, but making it even more efficient is just so dangerous. Pawn's coming across to this side as well. As T2 Mex is continuing to come up and running, I almost feel like it's time for an anti-nuke. Could you imagine a nuclear missile? You could afford it. You could definitely afford it. A nuclear missile costs basically the same as a T3 transition, all said and done, considering the launcher plus the cost of building the actual nuke. Scorpion turret going to be firing away here, doing tons of damage. Scorpion turrets do stupid damage against, well, everything. They do stupid damage, period. They're exceedingly good. Bulls marching their way across over here. We have Resbots, which have picked up a bunch of the units. They will be no more. Bulls are so good against everything. They really are the jack of all trades. They're so they have so much HP, they have so much firepower, they have so much range. The only drawback is, of course, that monumental cost. But once you get into the T2 economy, and especially once you get into this much T2 economy, it really doesn't matter. That cost is easily made up with just a couple of Resbots either repairing or resurrecting, reclaiming, all that stuff. And then, of course, just the T2 Mex is being so stupid efficient. How's the trade Bulls versus Tigers, says Yamikachi. The answer is basically 1 to 2, I would say. It's like 1 to 1.5, really, but I guess you could say 2 to 3. Three Tigers for every 2 Bulls is more or less effective. The only issue is the Bulls have slightly higher range, I believe. 410 versus 460, yeah. So the Bulls can kite really nicely, which is super dangerous. And then, of course, oh, nice, we have Mauser in the distance as well. It's like, those Bulls are shooting for ages. Miles out there firing away right there. No, it's the Mauser firing away. Oh, I accidentally get caught right here, though. Not ideal. Still, though, those Bulls do not care one bit about any of the static defenses here. They are simply too strong. I think Rexel has got this in the bag. That early T2 transition meant earlier T2 units, meant earlier T2 mexes. It all adds up, and it all adds up very quickly. The snowball effect is real. That's exactly what we're seeing right here. No Banishers produced here either, which is a bit of a shame. Banishers can be one of the ones that, one of the ways that bulls can be countered quite effectively. Shuriken's another option here for Cortex commanders. Barcast TV has one final answer as well. That's, of course, to go for the D-gun. The almighty D-gun. Bull's kiting so effectively right here, though. GG is called. Barcast throws in the towel as Razorbacks are now headed across the map here. T3 was achieved. And yeah, Raxel easily wins this match with that T2
Battle
economy,
ended.
producing 10,398,582 resources in total, combined energy and metal. That is that was a huge economic lead for the Red Commander. Yeah, you can see that T2 really started to spiral, and as soon as that exponential growth started up, Barcast just couldn't really keep up. The T2, despite T2 of his own, there just wasn't a great way of doing it. And I believe that puts them at 1 point apiece each. If I'm not mistaken. Or did Raxel take game number 1? I actually can't remember at this point. Wow, a lot of spectators here today. A lot of people watching in the game here. Second fusion was a blunder. I think it was the Banishers. I think Banishers might have been the difference maker there. Just doing enough long distance damage to those bulls to push them back. Whittling them down enough that the Tigers can finish the job. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure, but Banishers did get their recent buffs, so they're quite a bit better. I don't play a lot of Cortex, so I'm not entirely sure how effective those Banishers are, but I do know that they're about the same cost as a bull. I think they're 1,000 metal, where the bull is 950, so 1-to-1 they are almost the exact same cost, but obviously the Banisher has much more value potential, because if you put a Tiger in front of it, you can trade out against it constantly, which is always super useful. Yeah, 1-to-1. All right. Ladies and gentleworms, we are headed into round number 4, the final round of this tournament. Looks like the bracket is set. Let me have a little switch right there. There we go. Okay, so we can see our final bracket for the day. Our two leaders going up against each other. Raxel and Barcast are in the lead. Both of them with a perfectly even score, actually. It's going to come down to who wins their match here. So Raxel versus Grimplex and Barcast versus Mirrored. The one of those that takes the win right here is going to have the advantage. Grimplex with the opportunity to beat out Raxel for second place. And actually, if Mirrored... So Grimplex could actually steal first place here. If Grimplex... here, actually, I'll scroll down here, and I think you can see this. So this is the current scores right here for these commanders. So you can see, if Grimplex beats out Raxel, then and Barcast is beat by Blast Shield, then Grimplex has the chance to win the whole first place. There's room for opportunity. Oh, man. Yeah, the run-bys have been tremendous value. It's easy to forget how valuable those run-bys are, but they really can do so much work. Let's go ahead and try and find a game here. I want to watch that Grimplex versus Raxel game. Maybe not in game. Raxel is in the same lobby as me. Don't know where Grimplex is, or maybe Grimplex goes by a different name. That could also be the case. BCTV. Let's see. Barcast has set up the lobby there for... Yeah, Barcast has set up the lobby for Mirrored, so those two are going to be on their way now. And I wonder what the... Well, we'll just join whichever one starts first. Raxel. Let's see, Raxel is still in here. Was there a call? Was there a call for a delay? Not entirely sure. It's true. The bulls are scary compared to early SAR. Or I guess they're about the same scary. They're scary in a different way. Like the Tsar can control a big area, but it can't move, so you can respect the Tsar by avoiding it. The bull tanks will catch you. Which is honestly more horrifying, actually, I think, probably. Excuse me. Having a big drink of my water. Gotta stay well oiled for this final series here. And we're just gonna jump right into whichever one starts first. So it looks like BCTV and Mirrored are ready to go. Well, not true actually. It looks like BCTV is in game. What game is Barcast in? Oh, that's not a search bar. That's an ad bar. Where's a search bar? Why do we have a search bar for everything else except for the friends list? Well, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. Let's see. Where's the, Fight Night stuff? Oh, there's Mirrored. Mirrored has arrived. It looks like these two are almost ready to go. Barcast just needs to leave the game in order to play the game. You must leave what you love in order to play what you love. Isn't that what Thanos said? Pretty sure that's what Thanos said. Pretty sure anyway. What if Mirrored claps Barcast though? So let's talk about it. Wouldn't be the first time. If Mirrored claps Barcast, then it would be, let's see here. Mirrored is +2, so he would be he would basically tie with Barcast. But I think his buccal score would be higher. Maybe. Or he might go to 1.5. If Mirrored beats Barcast and Raxel loses 2-0 against Grimplex, then I think Mirrored would either tie for first place or tie for second place. Not entirely sure from either of them. We'll have to wait for the bracket. I'm so terrible about the brackets, but it is looking like anybody's game right here. There's 4 or 5 contestants that all look like they're just out of reach of that first place victory. Oh, Barcast has left the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the Barcast has arrived. Oh, typical. Ladies and gentlemen, no Paradise Lost. Mirrored says they hate C. And I can't blame them. I really can't. But I'm bummed to see it go. Paradise Lost will not be played today. It is a sad day worldwide. Starlights do destroy Banishers unless you target fire properly, and then in which case Banishers destroy Starlights pretty easily. It takes 2 shots from a Starlight to kill a Banisher. It takes 2 shots from a Banisher to kill a Starlight. However, Starlights don't have any of that tracking or anything, so Banishers they can dive in and then kite and fire at the same time. Starlights have to be basically stopped. Yeah, it's true. Starlights are also highly explosive, so I guess that is something else to consider. You can't bundle them up as much as you can, those Starlights. Oh, both shooting different units. Unban Onyx. We've got spectators trying to influence the map picking here. Paradise will always be first ban. Clearly. Istis crack. Ah. Boo. Boo. Istis crack is the white bread of maps, I feel like. Can't believe this. Alright. Istis and Tundra will be our two maps. Hate Sea with a Passion, cries out the good old fashioned Mirrored. Are you guys excited for the final series of the gosh, what is it called? Final series of Masters League. That's right. Masters League Series 4, apparently. I'm pretty excited. Get some hype in the chat. Some red-faced droopy eyes in the chat. For those of you that might not know, that's one of my favorite emotes. It's like I have it on my own Twitch. It's on YouTube. It's a default YouTube emote, but it is just the funniest looking emote in the entire world. It's just this like sad looking face with just the most depressed eyes you've ever seen in your entire life. It's hilarious. I love that emote so much. Anywho, we are, ladies and gentlemen, stepping into this game number 1 of this best of 2 between our two first place contenders. Mirrored, spawning on the southern western side. Spawning as an Armada commander and going into some good old-fashioned bots already with a nice cheeky little wind turbine, metal extractor, bot lab, build order already planned out, mapped well ahead of time. Going to be showing us what they've got. 27 open skill. But to have made it this far into the tournament definitely must be a solid 1v1 contender. Going up against the tried and true. The well-tribulated, the founder of 1v1. The hero himself. It's going to be none other than Barcast TV. Spawning at 40 open skills, silver chevrons as well. If you sat me down on this map, you hid the names, and you just showed me the open skill and the chevron counts, I'd ask why you were bullying this poor noob. Why were you making this poor 27 open skill 4 chev go up against a 40 or this 27 open skill 4 chev going up against a 40 open skill 5 chev? But apparently, Mirrored is more than just an open skill number, showing us that there's definitely more to be had. More to be seen. More than meets the eye, you could say, behind the Red Commander. I'm very excited to see what Mirrored has to show for us right now. First ticks are already across the map. Going to be looking for an opportunity. Running away from opportunity, actually. Barcast going for a very conservative build. Not risking it on an early constructor at all. Just going into a very, very steady build. Goes for a couple of grunts first to make sure there's a defense. Goes for the constructor next to make sure that there's nothing crazy going on here. Oh, I'm going to expand forward. Wow, okay. Look at that. Queuing up that gigantic expansion pattern here. Alright. It's going to be up to Barcast to defend this constructor because that is an aggressive expansion. But if we manage to get it all done, then that is going to be worthwhile. Obviously, locking down this whole right-hand side of the map means that suddenly your attack options are right down the middle or top left-hand side. You know, I said earlier that this was basically just a 2-lane map, but I think I rescind that. I think this is really more of a 4-lane map, actually, because you've got either side of this Istis crack, and then, of course, you've got these outer lanes, right? These sort of big corner lanes that can both be used to aggress, sort of like that. So there really is actually a lot more... There's a lot more to pay attention to on this map than really I gave credit for. Oh, losing that build queue sucks. Barcast, yeah, very, very conservatively pumping out those grunts. You have to be so defensive with them nowadays. Whereas they used to be just powerhouses that could go own the cell, nowadays they're very much so desperately trying to stay in high enough numbers that they don't fall behind. Oh, is Ned playing a Paradise game right now? Oh, man. I'll cast it later. Send me the replay and I'll cast it later. You know I will. Oh, ticks. Okay, they find their value. Radar tower goes down, and that is annoying. That's not, you know, that sucks. Not the end of the world, though, either. It's not like not the biggest deal. We do have another constructor expanding at this point. Very, very loose and late expansion here from Mirrored. Yeah, I gotta say, this is a very slow expansion. We don't have enough energy. We barely have enough metal right now. Everything about this is in favor of Barcast at the moment. The only advantage that the Red Commander has is the army value, which is also decreasing slowly but steadily here. 4% advantage is really not much, and especially without a Resbot to really take advantage of that, I don't think this ultimately looks too good for the Red Commander. It looks nice that they're being aggressive right here, but the defense has essentially been perfect for Barcast. I don't even think Barcast needs to go for the static defenses here. I think just going for the naked expanse to just continue boosting that economy is probably the best idea. Barcast building a coffin of wind turbines here. Wind speed has plummeted as well, so solar panels will be necessary. Pawn looking for value. Does get the metal extractor at the very least. A little bit of aggression. Okay, not bad. I like the aggression here from the Red Commander, but really the value hasn't been found. All these units across the map have essentially just been wasting the APM and the metal here of the Red Commander, who is now finally expanding, just doing some naked expansions. I guess the benefit here, the biggest benefit, is that we can afford naked expansions. We are going to go for LLTs, which I think is a bad move. You can afford to be very aggressive with the expansions, because obviously if you have units in the enemy backline, then they have to defend. Those units aren't on the other side of the map. Barcast is looking so solid here, though. Absolutely rock solid right now. The defense has been stellar. Losing mexes here and there, but really ultimately not enough to become late game damage, become game-ending damage. Mirrored finally going for some more constructors here. We have 2 on the map, and we're getting a 3rd one up and running. We will have build power started right here for Barcast. We have the Resbot going around resurrecting things, using up tons of energy, though. And that wind speed has been killer. Yeah, Barcast forced into building more of those solar panels. No commander wants to build solar panels, but when you have no other choice, well, you gotta do what you gotta do to keep the energy flowing. Barcast sealing the wind turbine tomb that his commander emerged from, like a chrysalis emerging from hyperstasis. The commander does start up an LLT to try and defend the base here. Resurrected unit's going to be so critical for the defense here. Actually phenomenal. That one resurrected pawn has already killed 2. I think without the resurrected forces here, this would have looked really bad, but nicely done by Barcast to get those up and running. Wind speed is still so low. This is just the game of the worst wind speed I've ever seen. We have pawns on this side of the map. Oh no, pardon me, those are grunts, not pawns. If they were pawns, they probably could have killed this little expansion pretty easily here. The grunts, it's definitely a slightly different question. Both commanders forced into those solar panels. Barcast already has plenty of wind turbines up, though, so as soon as that wind speed does get a little bit higher, these wind turbines are going to kick in and the production is going to soar. Going for a metal storage here is also a bit interesting. I wonder if that meant to be an E storage. Little skirmishes all over the place. Mirror trying hard to get that energy economy fixed up. Finally, the wind speed kicks in. Yeah, I don't think it was meant to be a metal storage. I think it was supposed to be an E storage. Maybe just worried about overflowing metal because he didn't have the energy to spend it. But now that the energy is finally kicked in, I think we should probably like double down on E storages. Make a couple extra, because clearly the RNG for this game has been bad for the wind speed. I'm not saying the wind speed's always going to be bad. I'm just saying it has been always bad for this game. Finally picks up eventually, and it means the Barcast feels comfortable starting to be aggressive on the other side of the map. Resbot also working effectively here as more and more build power comes up to try and build wind turbines, try and build more units. Everybody trying to boost their economy one way or another. This lone constructor has done a great job, though. Yeah, the aggression over here is looking fabulous now. Yeah, Grunt's finding the constructor up here. Hell on Toast says, I should have signed up. I can't get a duel to save my life now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 1v1 matchmaking is going to be great, because finding 1v1 games is actually pretty hard. It's very rare that somebody is hosting a 1v1 lobby, and then even rarer that they're hosting a 1v1 lobby that's like in your skill level. Yeah, it's really, really rare. Radar tower is up and running. All these corpses are being resurrected here, which is pretty cool. Means this army is slowly but steadily growing, and the first incisor have hit the battlefield, and they're now rolling out on the map. We have a gigantic army parked right outside the base right here of Mirrored. Cannot be a comfortable situation for the Red Commander. Wind turbines first is a, well, it's one way to play the game. Nice, nice little attack right here, though. Nice snipe, though. Yeah, Barcast trading out so effectively. I love it. And, you know, despite all this, well, Barcast still has 118, 122% metal advantage right now. Constructor's expanding in every which direction. It's a insane metal advantage right now for Barcast. Yeah, it goes into some bombers. I think it's a great idea. Bombers make a lot of sense right now. He must feel so comfortable with this many units out on the field at any given time. This really is like just the perfect expansion that we've got right here. Barcast, I think he knows it. I think he senses that there's so much on the field, and that early game aggression has not paid off. We're trying to find it right here. Pawn's moving in. Like I said earlier, Pawns actually trade against incisors fairly well nowadays. They have enough HP to kind of go toe-to-toe with those incisors. Usually like a 2-to-1 trade is kind of where I consider them to be. You can see they melt those incisors pretty quick. Like, they're very good. I believe we had some bombers, though, no? Oh, yeah, there they are. 1 bajillion bombers headed across the map. And yeah, we've actually got pretty decent scouting about this entire base, too. Bombers will be scouted eventually here. Mirrored. Sees the bombers. Does not really have anything he can do about it, though. GG is called. Yep. A brilliant first game right there from Barcast. Just defending until eventually the metal advantage was overwhelming. Mirrored ran out of resources, ran out of expansion, didn't have enough time, energy, or metal. And it ends up going to Barcast. Alright. An overwhelming victory. Yeah, I mean, you can see minute 3 was where that advantage began. Just the early defense paying off. And it continued to scale out of hand until eventually it was basically double the total resource value there for Barcast versus Mirrored. Not bad at all. 1 point on the board for Barcast. Cements him securely in the top 3. Let me think here. Yeah. Cements him securely first or second place, depending on Raxel's games. Very, very close call. And our final match, well, probably not the last match we'll take a look at here, but the final match between these two anyways will be played on Tundra V2. Thought it was Desolation for some reason. Mr. Me at Gmail. Okay. Anyways. There you all go. Free doxing for you. I'm pretty curious to see how this one goes. Mirror definitely trying their very best to keep up right here. Looks like both of them will be starting in default positions, though. Yep, there we go. Alright, Mirrored will be spawning in the same position there as well. Now, as these two get underway, one of the big issues between these two commanders is that this map tends to favor a lot of map control. There's not as many opportunities for big run-bys. So I'm worried that strategy that Barcast went for, the defense, isn't really going to work as well. I am curious to see if it can be applied in a different dimension, where basically rather than going for the perfect defense until you eco-scale, you just go for the perfect defense until you have a big enough army to push right down the middle of the map. It's another way that I could see this match going, but I don't know. It feels like a very variable strategy. It has a lot of unknowns, a lot of things that could potentially go wrong right here. So it's gonna be up to Barcast to prove me wrong, and I'm hoping for it. Hoping we get to see some interesting tech in that dimension. Pro Barcast TV going to be spawning here on the southern side of Tundra version 2. Northern side here, it's going to be Mirrored, going for those good old-fashioned Armada bots. And I have to say, Barcast, the only person today who's made the core bots look good. Yeah, core bots have looked terrible so far, and this is really the only one that seems like really has any kind of play with them. Yeah, Barcast is onto something, certainly. This very defensive, turtley style of Cortex where you Just focus purely on defense in the early game and then slowly expand outwards using that early defensive lead and all the metal, of course, that you get alongside that. It seems like Barcast is definitely locked on to a new kind of play. Now, that being said, going for a very greedy start here. Much greedier than the last game. We've got the res bot out, and we're also going for the construction bot. We've already got dozens of ticks headed towards the base here. Yeah, that is annoying. Self-D? No self-D on that. No self-D on that mech, and now we have grunts coming out. I'd start sending these immediately back to the... Yeah, the back of the base. We need more wind turbines, we need grunts, we need defenses, we need all sorts of stuff. Okay. Barcast wasn't expecting that many ticks, but ultimately, because we were able to resurrect this mech, it doesn't matter all too much. Grave Robber is very good for repairing, of course, but also going to be very useful for reclaiming the trees for the energy. We've got the Constructor here. These ticks are out for blood, though. I believe these grunts are probably enough to deal with this many ticks. That is a lot, though, from Mirrored. That is a whopping grand total of 15 ticks total. 315 metal versus 215 here in the form of these grunts. Oh, man, Barcast really put them all out on the line, though, and now suddenly there's 100 of these. Ooh, very close right there. Solar panel almost went down, but Barcast did manage to reclaim it. What a cheeky snipe right there from Mirrored, who almost managed to just barely steal the kill on the solar panel right there by sneaking in right as it was being reclaimed, but it did get reclaimed fully by Barcast. That's funny. It really wouldn't have mattered. It would have been 30 or so metal down the drain, but it would have been such an annoying hit to Barcast right there. But instead, ends up working out nicely. Ends up reclaiming the whole solar panel here now that he doesn't need it. Now that wind speed is finally picked back up. What a funny start right there. Grunt's now headed out on the field. We have some pawns coming across as well. And again, Mirrored is going for that very aggressive spam. However, we do have a double constructor expand. Do I like this? I don't think so. I think expanding in this direction is going to be better than sending two cons to expand in this direction. The benefit of expanding with two cons is that you build the LLTs a little bit faster. The metal extractors, I mean, building those faster is nice, obviously, but that doesn't make as big of a difference, I feel like, as just building the LLTs in like 10 seconds as opposed to 20 or 15 or whatever it is. I like this expansion pattern a little bit better here for Barcast. Going to be going for the mexes and the LLTs on both sides rather than just going in one direction. We do have a con over here, though. It is going to grab the mechs, put a radar down, try and build a little bit of static. Mirrored is so out of metal. Does get the mechs up and running, and so equalizes that metal income, but Barcast has put all of his metal on the field. It's all defending the base right now. Well, except for a couple of grunts, actually. These do manage to slip past the main line. A couple of pawns looking to do the same thing, though. Well, it's actually pretty dangerous. Yeah, the tick is going to spot the lone constructor. There are grunts moving to reinforce right here, but already the constructor has been spotted. Ooh, the pawns have to commit. Yeah, they're pinched between two different forces. They will get the constructor. Oh, and they kill it to debris, too, so not going to be resurrectable. Okay. With that hit, I would say that is definitely even things up, yeah, because now Barcast is only going to be expanding in one direction, so the rate of their expansion is going to be about the same. Well, I guess except for now that there's the advantage that these are two constructors, so they will put those mexes up a little bit quicker. And there is something to be said for the extra, 20 seconds or something that you get from building the mechs a little bit faster. And that is, of course, the fact that or the 10 seconds it looks like that you get, is, of course, the fact that that's 10 extra seconds of production, right? So, an extra, 20 metal or something. When you put it on paper, it doesn't really sound like a whole lot, but it adds up. It adds up to a couple extra units here and there, maybe a better trade once in a while because you have the right forces in the right spot. It's all comparative, right? A little extra metal over your opponent is way better no matter how much metal it is. Loads of constructors coming up. We've got... Just queue up 100 constructors? What on earth? Okay. Barcast queuing up a bunch of these cons. Apparently just going to go for some good old-fashioned wind turbines. I think we need build power back here, but there's not really enough metal for it. Yeah. Barcast has moved very aggressively forward, but I think it's sort of a desperation maneuver. It's necessary. Moving forward with the commander to capture these metal extractors and then trying to expand in every direction at the same time. Obviously, the major risk is, yeah, you end up capturing all these metal extractors, and that's great, but then you also end up doing, well, not very much unit production, right? Although all those mexes cost 50 metal apiece. Your units aren't coming out at the same time. Lot to manage between these different armies coming out right here from Barcast. At least the Resbot is still reclaiming. That's a nice influx of energy right there for the blue economy. Bunch of pawns moving forward, though. Pawn is kiting. Trying its very best. Wow. What a hero. The pawn that could. Oh, we're gonna self-D these. Okay. He saw the one resurrected pawn and was like, you know what? I'm not letting you have any more of these. Oh, this is huge. Giant constructor run by, but the wind speed is so low right now that there's no energy for this LLT, so both constructors do go down and the LLT does as well. Metal extractor falls. Uh-oh, and there's tons more grunts over here as well. We need to go, yeah. Energy is so low right now. If you're out of energy, they're out of energy. Ooh, self-D is called. Very tricky to self-destruct those. What? Oh, he... No. Did he just self-destruct all the LLTs? Oh, no. He just self-destructed all the LLTs right there. Oh, what a bummer. Mirrored, feeling the pressure or something, because that is a very very fatal blunder. All the yeah, look, 2 scars of LLT explosions on the ground right there. Yikes. 85 metal apiece, they're expensive. You definitely don't want to be losing them. Mirror desperately in need of that energy economy. Barcast has definitely done a great job. Wind turbines are up and running, providing tons and tons of power. We have the E-storage as well, which is quite nice. Obviously, having that E-store makes the lulls in energy production quite a bit more bearable. LLT coming up right here for the blue commander. In the midsection, trying to just sort of set up some sort of defense. Hopefully realizing that this has been a weak point for basically every game that we've seen on Tundra so far. Sneaking units through this side and doing a bunch of damage over here and then retreating them back along this path has just worked. It's just worked over and over again. Pawn's getting a fairly decent trade against the grunts here. Yeah, actually worked out quite nicely. A couple of those pawns managed to slip through the assault right there. One LLT, hero LLT in the back line. Wind turbine, 2 wind turbines go down. Not the end of the world. Bunch of grunts getting aggressive over on this side. Looks like we're queued to try and run by this little area over here, but Mirrod's commander is on this side now expanding. Constructor has set up the LLTs. We need to continue moving forward and grabbing these. Ooh, air scout has been made here. Okay. Air transition is read well here by the red commander, mirrored. You could even say the air transition was mirrored by the red commander. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will be here all evening. And yeah, suddenly I'm not so sure that bombers or anything like that is even going to work. So it's kind of a weird, like, If your opponent goes air, you have to go air. And then you can't ever stop making air. Once one person goes air, the cork is unsealed, and you have to continue going air no matter what, because the moment that you stop going air and they have enough fighters to overwhelm you, they will send bombers and gunships and all sorts of manner of destruction into your base, and you will have the worst day you've ever had. It's the weirdest, like like mutually assured destruction, I guess, where it's like if you go into air and you don't have air already, or if they go into air and you don't have air, yeah, it gets real nasty. Grunts waddling their way around here. Sacrificed, ultimately. LLT is going to come up right here for the blue commander, trying to expand to this 3.6 metal extractor, and does have it. So you can see, actually, it's struggling to produce enough energy to actually keep up with everything. We've got wind turbines, more build power, all sorts of stuff coming up right here. We're even reclaiming the T1 laboratory. Are we going to go into T2? No, we're going into vehicles. Ooh, that was a lot of metal just wasted right there. Hold on. Did we just leak, like... Energy excess, metal excess, 85? I don't think that's true. I think we might have just leaked a ton of metal right there. My math may be off, but I think we just leaked like 400 metal just by reclaiming that laboratory a little too close. Maybe not. Maybe it was only about 100. Either way, we're well into a vehicle transition now with this many metal extractors claimed right here. Yeah, the blue commander, Barkas, just basically has control of his entire side of the map. The red commander is still struggling with that a little bit. Mirrored, not quite in command of the entire map yet. Both of these valleyways on the extremity side have not been captured here by both commanders, but Mirrored is making an attempt. Meanwhile, an attempted little run by over here more as Grunts move forward. This LLT is kind of not in a great position. It'll guard one of these mechs really well, but that means these other two are sort of left out to dry. 9 gunships coming up. 10 gunships total. And we're not done yet. We're just going to keep producing gunships. Is this the fabled gunship all-in? Into an enemy who has fighters. An enemy that we know has been building air forces for a good long while here. May well be. I don't understand the play. I really don't understand it. Now there's Grunts in the backline, tearing apart the mexes and the solars and the wind turbines. Where are they going? Guys? Guys. It seems like neither Barcast or Mirrored has realized that these are here. There we go. Barcast will start sending them in. Yeah, GG is called. Barcast takes this series easily. The gunships were definitely a desperation play right there. Barcast commander was surrounded by units, surrounded by air forces. There was no way. This was an easy control right there from the blue commander, who managed to easily outproduce, out-micro, out-macro the red commander, and take this whole thing 2-0. I gotta say, this looked very one-sided. This was devastating right here for Mirrored. Barcast far and away swept here, showing us just how good he is at 1v1. And I think that definitely puts him in the lead as far as the games go. We'll keep hopping it back and forth between these games until we're finished here today. Raxel versus Grimplex. Looks like they are just about to start their second match. Yep, nice. We will hop right on into the second match here between Raxel and Grimplex. Let me see here. That was the... Raxel is tied for first place right now with Barcast, and Grimplex is tied for third place with a few others. So this match is important. I don't know what the exact... Game 1 was 30-minute land spam fiesta. Okay, cool. Who won? Is the other question. Raxel. Raxel says just barely he won. Okay. So that does mean that Raxel, if Raxel can take the point here, then I believe him and Barcast will be tied for first place. And we'll have to, we'll just have to have a show match. There's no other way. We gotta have a tiebreaker. There's no way we don't do a tiebreaker between the two top tiers. As we spawn in here on Feast of Hades. Rexel, going to be spawning as an Armada commander on the southern side, going for some of those wind turbines, metal extractors, and eventually into a bot lab. As we've seen plenty of times today, that Armada bot lab pumping out some of those very powerful pawns. Grimplex OP, tick spam incoming, says Grimplex. Grimplex going for our good old-fashioned favorite. Good old-fashioned favorite. The Cortex Vehicle Bay. Beautiful little texture right there. I feel like we never get a chance to actually savor the texture. There we go. Core Vehicle Bay going to be coming up right here. ARM Bot Lab going to be fabricating shortly here as well. Now, one of the hard issues with vehicles is that those constructors are so slow and so expensive. Getting them out on the field to build stuff is, it's difficult, to say the very least. It's very difficult. You have to be very careful about defending them. They're just a much bigger investment. And, of course, you also don't have those res bots, so losing units feels a whole lot worse if you lose them in a place where you just can't get them back. So far, though. Rascals. Rascal rolling out. I feel like that's exactly how a rascal would sound if it had a voice line every time you selected it. Going to be moving about here with their little heat ray cannons, trying to find some ticks, trying to do a little bit of scouting. Looks like the first tick will be spotted here by the rascals. Rascals with a speed of 180, ticks with a speed of 132. Oh, so the rascal is a little bit faster. Okay. Good to know. There are options for outpacing ticks. Look at this, like, defense we got going on here. Not killing it, but just, like, pacing back and forth. They're just walking back and forth and staring at each other. It's pretty funny. So far, though. Oh, there we go. There's a little bit of damage. Hey, Rascal does manage to sneak in between all the pawns and ticks and all the rest of it and manage to find a metal extractor right there. I didn't even see it. Rexel definitely didn't see it. This is high APM gaming right here. This is big tick energy. Finally building another constructor to expand right here. We have second constructor out and moving about here. And the third one will be coming out of the laboratory very shortly here. Rexel, high on energy, low on metal at the moment. Couple of scouting ticks will, by the way, oh, nice. One of them will be parked up on this hillside here. That's quite cute. Can we see this tick from down there? We can. We just can't get up there to kill it. That's pretty funny. So, I mean, yeah, the vehicles obviously can't get up on top of these hills, so they work pretty nicely for when you... The bots, rather, work pretty nicely for when you, you know, need to park some units in areas that are otherwise inaccessible to the vehicles. Pawns finally rolling out of the laboratory here. Rexel feels a little more stable. And I like this position too. I hadn't mentioned it earlier, but I like that we're spawning forward right here, actually. Oh, we got a tick in the back line. Not bad. Well, a pawn has found its way across here. Diverting the attention away from the tick that's harassing down the constructor right here. And again, the ideal micro here is you just click this thing around the constructor 100 times. You saw that one shot it did right there. It did twice as much damage. It's because of the flanking bonus. Ooh, incisors almost catch the tick, but it does get away. Super, super annoying right there. Pawns in place to defend. Hey, nicely done. So the defense here is looking great for Rexel. Oh, and I don't think I ever finished my thought. I love this position right here from Rexel because it means that you can expand backwards, and obviously defending your front lines and not allowing leaks is easier than just defending at home, right? Dealing with leaks. In other words, aggression is much easier in this game than defense, and that's a sentiment that you'll hear from basically any high-level bar player. I repeat it, but don't claim to have come up with it. Oh, wonderful. Neb just sent me the Paradise Lost game. Very excited to check that one out. Oh, Constructor in some trouble here. Oh, never mind. This guy's gonna run right into an LLT. Alright, not bad. Not bad whatsoever. Yeah, it's way easier to keep your enemy occupied on the other side of the map and dealing damage over there than it is to defend and deal with an enemy aggressing you on this side of the map. I don't know though, Barcast made it look very, very easy. I will say that first game with the grunts looked like he was just like you know, a kung fu master, just deflecting the shots, deflecting the attacks like it was nothing. Nobody special says players don't like entertainment at a certain level. Yeah, that's true. Or excitement at a certain level. Yeah, that's fair. The players are here to win, right? They're not here for our entertainment. They're here to win. We just find it entertaining, but that's not the point. Yeah, good point. Good point for sure. All right. Big bundle of incisors coming across. Great trade right there, at least initially, though. 3 incisors go down and not a single pawn. Radar falls, which is annoying, but we already now know that this is happening. We know that there's an attack, well, at least a small force built up over on the right-hand side. So now that this can be, now that this has been spotted, it can be dealt with. Solar panels coming up all over the place here. Wind speed has shut down quite a lot, so Rexel, both commanders actually, struggling to spend their metal because of the energy crisis. That being said, build power is quite low here for Grimplex, actually. Finally gets the second construction turret up and running. Each of these con turrets is the same as a commander, pardon me, it's 2/3 the build power of a commander. So now that that second turret is up and running, and it's going to be helping with building units as well as the wind turbines, more and more of these incisors are going to be rolling out on the field. So it's kind of weird, but like pawns work against incisors all of a sudden. Like it's just, it wasn't the case for so long, but now incisors really do feel like they're basically countered by pawns. Like they're just directly countered by pawns, which is weird because for tanks that isn't usually the case, but pawns have enough HP now and they do enough damage when they're in a group that I guess it works out really nicely. And it is, I don't know, it's kind of strange, but I'm here for it because it is kind of cool to see those pawn working in big swarm versus the incisor. Somehow, I just wish that there was... Well... I wish that Centurions were more viable. I can't lie, that's what I'm thinking about right now. I'm thinking, man, the pawn is good against the... It's good against medium tanks, it's good against light tanks. But there's not really a reason to use a Centurion nowadays. It used to be that Centurions kind of filled the role here, where they were quite good against... medium and light tanks. The issue was they were never really very mobile, but now that pawns can effectively trade against these guys, yeah, look at this. Almost, yeah, about 700 metal on the bottom side over here. 669, that is quite nice. There's no reason to build anything but pawns. Centurions are kind of out the window. Man. Every one of these battles that the pawns win against the incisor just feels so strange. Feels so strange to see. There they go. Incisor also having to kite, which is another big issue, is if the incisor are left alone,
the pawn can just get a wicked surround, and there's not really anything you can do about that. Extra constructors coming up right here. We're going to start expanding. I imagine we're just going to build some wind turbine farms or something. Oh, no, we're actually going to send these forward. Okay. We've even queued up some beamer turrets. Okay, neat. Yeah, beamer turret's going to be... Oh, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Rex accidentally messed up the queue here. We'll start up a bunch of beamer turrets, LLTs. It's an ambitious queue over there, but I think it's definitely possible. Resbot trying to resurrect as much of this as we can as well. But honestly, I think resurrecting the incisors is going to be less effective than just turning them into pawns. Just reclaiming them and turning them into pawns and then using those instead. We've got an air transition here. Okay. Air lab coming up from Grimplex as well. Man, it's like they are in each other's heads. They know exactly what the other one is going to go for. And just like that, both of them managed to make the air transition. Nice snipe right here on the constructor. That does expose the southern side. Forces a bunch of these incisors to come along to this southern angle. Also retreats this big bundle of them here. Yeah, we're going to go for some... cheeky expansions with the air constructor. Okay, that's a rare use case, but I don't mind it, I suppose. Incisors harassing the southern side, but looks like preoccupied with the defense. They didn't actually kill the constructor over here, which is a little bit of a blunder. They're going to kill the mechs, which is always quite nice. Bombers are in the air. Air lab is up and running. It must just be, it's that 11-minute air lab. You gotta start it up. And now we have Valiant coming up here. The fighters, the T1 core fighters, they're very good, actually. Comparative to, you know, other fighters. I guess Armada and Legion. They're some of the best fighters, metal for metal. We do have a constructor here that I'd love to see rebuilding all these metal extractors. I don't think the aircon really got much value. It looks like it's kind of just floating around right now. Bomber headed across the map will be shot down by fighters. I'm surprised to see that we're just sending in the other two as well. These are going to easily get shot down right now. Okay. No reinforcement fighters either from the blue commander, so it ended up just being a wash. I don't know if this is where we really wanted to devote our force here. I still feel like Resbot's reclaiming these incisors and then just turning them into 100 more pawns would work quite nicely here. Ooh, constructors go down. That hurts. Well, this is actually a fabulous engagement right here, yeah. Red Commander gets a beautiful trade right now. Oh, those pawns really shouldn't, those pawns really shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have engaged like that. That is, that might be a game winner right there, actually. Oh, that's huge. 2,500 metal now headed, well, right into the base of Rexel. Oh, man. That's going to be hard to come back from. That is basically all the energy production down right there. Oh, my goodness. So much damage. Yeah, the next wave is coming through as well. The next wave of incisors is coming through. Is this not a, is this, I mean, is that not too much damage? Does Rexel really feel like this is playable still? Okay, he's gonna stick through with it. Beamer turret continuing to fire away here, but more and more wind turbines are falling. It's really that E-Storage keeping him in the game right here. The build power trying to continue producing units right here. One of them is repairing, the other of them is producing more of these T1 units. No, there's no way. There's actually just no way. Rexel is so dead in the water at this point. Goes for a vehicle lab. LLT trying its best. Incisors pulling apart all the economy. Every bar has now swung in favor here of Grimplex. Mass Incisor apparently has done it. I think this air transition killed him. I think going into this air transition, going for those bombers really killed him. I think going for 1 million more pawns, tons more build power. It almost felt like Rexel sort of just got locked into the main base and didn't have a way out. What is Rexel's next plan? At least the Beamer turrets are cleaning up the Incisor that harassed this base. Beamer turret are fabulous against Incisor, by the way. Oh, we're gonna go into T2. Okay. GG is called. Yeah, I don't... An ambitious plan, certainly, but not one that I think there's time to come to fruition. GG is called, and Grimplex takes the win. Sweeping a point off of Raxel's board does in fact mean that I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, that Barcast TV, one of the 1v1 founders of Beyond All Reason, will be the one to take the lead. Out of all of this. Yeah, it looks like this will be the last series to submit their points, so we'll take a look at the final leaderboards here and determine if we need a tiebreaker game, or if this will be the definitive end here between these commanders in just a moment after these scores are updated. What a great game, though, between those two. I really didn't believe that those incisors were going to be able to do it, but then they swept through that pawn and that cluster of pawns, and it really only took that one good trade because those pawns sort of fought in a straight line against a concave of the incisors. OP scissors. Exactly. That's exactly what those are. The OP scissors. And they seem to have done a great job. In just a moment here, we should have the updated scoreboard. And I'm very excited about it. One of those games that looked very close until exactly one engagement. And after that single engagement from the pawns, it completely flipped around. What a cool match. What a really, really cool match. All right, scores have been updated. And there we go. All right. Ladies and gentleworms, as we flip back to the bracket right here, let me go ahead and... well, this is awkward. Anyways, I guess that works for our 1, 2, 3, and 4. Coming in at first place with a points difference of +6, with a win-loss tie ratio of 3-0 to 1. So won 3 games, lost 0 games, and tied 1 game. It's gonna be none other than Barcast TV taking the victory in today's tournament series. You can see all the different leaderboards here. The Masters League Series 4. It's gonna be Barcast that manages to sweep away the victory, followed up very closely behind by Raxel and Blast Chilled, both tied for position number 2. And coming in third, it's gonna be Grimplex and Neb. Neb was down there, but he's cut off by my little horribly homemade little bracket thing. Man, what a beautiful series of games. What a really, really beautiful tournament to get to enjoy. I appreciate each and every one of you for coming out. I really do. Every single one of you is valuable, and I love and appreciate each and all of you. And I sure hope you enjoyed this tournament this Saturday. I have to go take a break and eat some food because, man, I'm starving after watching those great games of Beyond All Reason. So I hope you guys go out and have a little bit of food, have a snack, have a drink, have whatever you gotta have, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I will see you in the very next tournament, live cast, bar, stream, conversation on the Discord, or maybe we pass each other in the street and we never even know. And I hope you all have a fabulous rest of your day. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna try out this. Rating thing. I don't know if my Beyond All Reason official moderators are in the chat. I would love to raid another channel here, but I think that will basically be the conclusion for today. Let me see. How do we do that? I know there's a way to. Well, anyway. Well, anyway. No, I know there's a way. I know there's a way. I'm not crazy. Do. Maybe not. Maybe there just isn't. Maybe I'm not skilled enough. Totally possible. Absolutely possible. Yep, I can't find it. Never mind. Never mind. We're just gonna call it there, folks. I hope you had a great time, and I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I will see you in the very next game, or whatever it may be pertaining to, including or otherwise involving Beyond All Reason. Peace out, everybody.